All right, we're here. I feel like I only missed one day. Was it just last night that I didn't stream? Yeah, we only missed one day, but man, every single time I miss even one day, I swear it feels like it's been several days now. The curse of being content brained, I guess. Man. Pull me in, take me, take me. Alright. I come to you with a fresh cut. I think it looks pretty good. My girlfriend, Bridget, has outdone herself yet again. She always gives me really good cuts. Yeah, and I'm really happy because, you know, we're back to not just the regular flow of things, but now that I'm doing this carnivore diet, and I know people are probably sick to death of hearing me talk about this, but I can't help but talk about it because it's been like life-changing, dude. Seriously, I have so much more energy, so much more desire to get shit done. It's been amazing. And I don't think about food nearly as much as I used to. Like at most, I'll eat twice a day, and that's all I really think about it. And I'm going to start doing a new thing where I don't eat after 5 p.m. because a couple times I've eaten a little bit too late, and it's given me some like indigestion problems and shit. But outside of that, it's been amazing. I'm coming up on the end of week 2 of doing it. And yeah, I don't see myself going back to a standard diet. I really don't. I see myself continuing this as long as I possibly can. And the other thing that I'm happy about is sometimes I used to sit there and just not want to upload my stream VODs. Not so much anymore. I actually look forward to doing that when I'm not streaming. So last night, I just quickly got 6 VODs up. Easy. So now we're already caught up until like April 24th or something like that. Yeah, we're caught up to April 24th already. I never want to get a whole 30 days behind ever again, because God, that's so fucking annoying to have to go back and rush and like, you know, hope that Twitch doesn't delete my VODs. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. But yeah, I'm also very excited to get back to the podcast. Like last week was a blast. That was a really, really fun episode. So I'm happy that we're back doing those again too. It just feels like we're really back in the swing of things now, that I have enough energy to keep the content engine going all the time. Now, the only thing that I'm still lacking is going to get rectified this fucking weekend. Period. End of story, which is a new at least 10-minute, well-edited piece of YouTube content is going to be coming out from me. Because tomorrow is actually my Friday this week. I have 4 days off. I have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the following Monday off. So, I actually have time to get a well-edited YouTube video out. And I don't have to just, you know, sit around fucking just wondering like, oh, what do I want to make? It's either going to be the Silent Hill Community Needs to Stop Part 2, or it's going to be my video that I've already been working on detailing the tumultuous development of Silent Hill 2 Remake so far. Like the controversies and different things about like them blaming Konami for the trailer not being ideal and all kinds of different things. So There's lots of stuff for me to make videos on. I just gotta, and I'm literally already sitting in the position I would need to sit in to record the commentary. All I have to do is bust out Audacity, put some effort in, and drag it into Premiere. That's all I have to do. A modicum of effort is all that it requires to get like the baseline part of the video done. Select some good royalty-free music, record into this fucking mic, get the commentary in there, and we're good to go. So I cannot wait. But yeah, today, for example, I had one flat iron steak that was about 8 ounces. I had it at about 10 a.m. That's all I've had today. And I don't feel hungry right now. And it's 8. It's been almost 12 hours. It's awesome. And I'm just super, super clear-headed. Like, I haven't even sipped coffee yet. I'm going to now, but I don't really feel like I need coffee anymore. I just mainly drink it so I don't get a caffeine headache. That is one thing that I haven't been able to overcome just yet. Let's see. Gotta bust out my notepad for my podcast notes for tonight. And this music is just reminding me, we have waited for a while. It is a good long gap since the last time I played Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. I think it's time for me to bust it back out and for us to do another good solid playthrough. I do believe that, because it's been quite some time since I've done it. I'm ready for another playthrough. And I have some even more things that I didn't even necessarily know last time I played that I'm ready to talk about that I actually learned from a guy named 3Dog Stream. 3Dog is he's one of the 3 primary streamers for Outer Heaven, which are Metal Gear Solid focused people. It is DRK, U Nightmare, and 3Dog, and 3Dog also knows an incredibly vast wealth of info about Silent Hill 2. So the last time I watched him play Silent Hill 2, I actually learned some things myself, which I'm really happy about. And I was also able to show him some things in his chat, which was really cool. I just love that sort of community vibe that he had. Like, he was going through Silent Hill 2, explaining all these cool things that people didn't necessarily know. People in the chat were chiming in. There wasn't like the ridiculous over-theorizing that the Silent Hill community can do sometimes. It was just a bunch of people having fun, analyzing a piece of art. You know, it was so fun. Yeah, and also I'm just remembering how amazing the PS3 is. These past couple weeks, I've just been remembering like why it's one of my favorite systems ever. Not that I ever really forgot, but you know, it was a big reminder when I started playing Heavy Rain, and I was like, man, this looks really good, but I can tell it's kind of dated. And then I played Beyond, and I was like, whoa, this in a lot of areas does not look dated. This actually, a lot of the scenes in that game could hold up now, like legitimately right now. And yeah, it was super impressive. Of course, it was all over the place story-wise, and a lot of things could have been improved, but man, what a beautiful looking game that was. Start to finish, that was a beautiful looking game. I certainly didn't expect to stream it for 8.5 hours in one night, but you know what, we did it. We did it anyways. Take me. But the most important thing is podcasts are rolling. Stream bods are going up at a decent clip. Way more energy. I don't need to I don't have to keep going back and back to the coffee pot every single day. I have decent energy now. And above all that, I actually am more motivated than ever to make videos. I just am. I'm just more motivated to make videos, to get videos out. I'm not overly ambitious. I'm not like, oh, I need to match the first Silent Hill video, because I'm not concerned about that. Like, I would honestly be fine if every video I put out just got like 5,000 to 10,000 views. The lie detector test determined that was why is that a lie? No, it's not a lie. Dude, even my hands, my fingers look less sausage fingery ever since doing this diet, because I'm losing water. So my face looks less puffy, and my fingers look less sausagey, for lack of a better word. You're talking about the coffee? Oh. Well, listen, I explained that I only drink it because it reduces the caffeine headache. That's the primary reason I drink it. But, you know, obviously, and it's only half caffeine anyway. It's half calf brew. So in the future, I would like to wean myself down even lower to maybe quarter brew, maybe even less if I can. But my point is in all this, way more energy. And since I have a 4-day weekend coming up, I want to try to spend maybe the majority of Friday night into Saturday after a stream or before a stream, whatever, getting the 3 or 4 project files that I've started in Adobe Premiere. And then, so here's the problem. I open up Adobe Premiere. I record the commentary track on here, on this mic. I sit here and I record what I want to be like 10 minutes worth of commentary. I'm happy with it, whatever. I drag it in to the timeline, and then I get writer's block immediately. Like, what video do I put here? What editing do I want to do here? What swipe effect and what transitions do I want to use on this video? What do I want to use? And I end up just sitting there until I'm so confused as to what looks good and what doesn't look good on video that I just give up on it. You know, it's like I'm sitting there like, this looks good, but this could also be cool. And then, you know, you sit there and you look at it over and over, you compare A, B, the two things you want to try. And then after a while, you've looked at the same thing for so long that both of them look like shit. And then it's like, well, this video's got to be scrapped because this isn't good enough, you know? So it's a lot of second guessing. I feel like I almost need a fucking consultant to get a YouTube video out, dude. Gotta sit here and just ask a third party, like, does this look good? Does this look all right? Or do you think it looks like shit? Because, you know, I never know. And plus, you know, I genuinely feel like the video I put out that got decent views or whatever is the shittiest video I've ever made. It has the worst audio quality. It's so quiet. The mic quality is awful on it. And it's literally just a bunch of Silent Hill intros strung together. So it's arguably quality-wise the shittiest video I've made that just somehow got like 150k views. I don't know how. And people are still commenting on it like every other day. I don't get it. So maybe the lesson here is stop fucking worrying about it. Yeah, I think that's got to be my lesson here. Stop fucking worrying about it. Just put a video together and get it out. That's what people want. So there's that guy Adipie that comes in here and says that he's rewatched that video like 100 times. And I'm like, dude, how are you still, like, how are your ears still functioning? I wouldn't be able to do that, but I mean, I appreciate it obviously, but you know, it's just a perspective thing. Cause as the person who made it, I think it's shitty. So, but yeah, I gotta stop worrying about that and just, you know, get videos out. That's my main objective, is just to get good videos out. There's a lot of things that I want to make videos about. Like, I want to do a whole series about stream settings and stream equipment and headphones, mics, you know, choices that I would recommend, and my kind of trials and tribulations with different products and manufacturers, and avoiding bullshit companies like Elgato. Dude, if this ever goes anywhere, Elgato is going to blacklist me so quick. They are going to hate me, dude, because I've talked so much shit about their company on here. I'm sorry, man. My experience with their company has been horrible. They might, you know, the Wave 3 I've heard is a good product. I believe that. I've heard your mic sounds phenomenal. A lot of people that use it sound great. But when it comes to like their key lights, their capture cards, their mic arms being cheaply made, not to the best of standards, there's a lot of things wrong with them. But my experience has been horrendous with them. I have looked for every out to find different products so I didn't have to use them. No EQ besides noise gate. Yeah, that's an issue for sure. I do very mild EQ, but I do think EQ is important. Because otherwise, the only way you could possibly get yourself sounding different is to buy a different mic, and that's just kind of stupid. I'm saying I don't EQ. I just added a oh, okay, you don't EQ. Gotcha. Yeah. See, that's actually a video that I did kind of make already. My Go XLR guide. And that, again, that was a video that I threw together in maybe 30 minutes. And it obviously only got 2.6K views, but there's a lot of comments being like, dude, this is super helpful. Like, I didn't realize what the problem was. And that's really gratifying when I see that it actually helped people out. Like, see, look at some of these comments on here. I threw this video together in literally half an hour. It was like a 2-take video. I would never buy a key light from any company. I bought one from a company called Vigim, which is just a cheapo, like, Chinese version for $30. Like, look at this. This guy's saying, like, you're a lifesaver. You know, bought my Shure SM7B, could not figure out why my mic had this constant hissing noise. I almost bought a cloud lifter. Glad I clicked on your video. I had the same issue with my cloud lifter. Glad someone else had the same issue. IDK, why are you are the only person mentioning cloud lifter flaws? Couldn't understand why I had white noise while talking. So yeah, it's like, it's very gratifying when you get a good video out and people appreciate it, man. Very gratifying. And even though it's only small, get a flexible lamp, buy smart lights, set your lighting, diffuse it needed, and boom. That's a good point. But, you know, this thing is very, very affordable. Vigim K1. It is $29. I think I got mine for $20, actually. Okay, that's literally showing my city. I'm saying that they can deliver to it. But yeah, it's this. So it's literally just it's just a light you plug in. It's got USB-C here. You plug it into a power adapter, and then you have 3 color temperatures, brightness setups, and timers. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing that I've used for the past several years. And this threading can actually be screwed onto a mic mount, and you can put it wherever you need. I just don't do that. I just have it sitting behind my mouse pad, but yeah, I have work lamps outside of that, so hey, what's up, Dave? I'd say long time no see, but the man's is out here like every stream supporting, so I appreciate it, man. Where is my kit.co link? Yeah, work lamps is what I use. These right here. Literally $7 to $8 clamp lights right here. with Walmart light bulbs in them. That's what's lighting my back, all the background here. And then I have a reading lamp that's doing the fill light. Look, if I turn the reading lamp off, look how dark it gets. Yeah, it's like a void right here. It's all just dark. But if I turn it back on, you can actually see something, you know? So yeah, mine's a very, very cheap setup. And I made a video about that too, but it's been a while. Things have changed. Actually, I need to add one more product to this. But yeah. I can rate my own kit. Nice kit. Man, there used to be a really cool plugin. It doesn't work anymore because Twitch changed the way that like widgets work with PC hardware. They added their own thing now, and I put it at the bottom of my worst cereal of all time. And why is it? Cookie Crisp is pretty dog shit. It literally just tastes like stale chocolate chip cookies. Or really, it tastes like stale... It tastes like dog food smells, and then the pieces of chocolate are just like grit. That's all they are. It's just like grit. There's nothing of substance in Cookie Crisp. It is so shit. Yeah, so they added this thing down here. This little widget thing that you can put. Yeah, there. Just with like a stream gear thing, which is not ideal. Like obviously it would be nicer if you could use the kit.co thing again, but yeah. Oh dude, they recently brought Rice Krispie Treat cereal back. I bought it a couple years ago and it was good. I was a big fan of the Oreo cereal too. Was it called Oreo O's or something like that? I thought that shit was really good. Oops, all berries? Yeah. Dude, I can't have my first cheat meal until May 15th. And I literally don't know what I'm going to eat that day. It's going to be a cheat day, not a full meal, but or not just one meal, but I don't know what I'm going to eat that day. It probably is going to be some bullshit cereal and who even knows, but it's going to be one cheat day every 30 days. That's where I'm going to max out, because if I do any more than that, it's not going to be good. But until then, it's all steak for me. Steak, ground beef, eggs, that's it. A little bit of lean chicken. I'm about to make some chicken right now. Dude, and I've just been having more fun doing thumbnails and stuff lately too. Like the thumbnails I did last night were fucking stupid as hell. Like the Heavy Rain one where it says clearly we live in a society, and then I did a fake IGN quote as if they would ever say something like that. You know, the thumbnails don't have to be incredible. They just, I want them to have a nice little sense of charm, you know. Japanese barbecue, marinated chicken breast, cabbage and broccoli. There's no part of that I don't like. Every aspect of that sounds good. The meal prep manual? No. I actually do need to start meal prepping though, for real. That's a good point. I need to start doing it on Sundays because I usually don't have shit going on Sundays, and I don't often stream on Sundays either. I am talking. I think your speaker might be broke. But yeah. The meal prep manual. Oh, damn. Dude, that looks so good. But I can't have rice, unfortunately. Oh my god, I miss rice really, really bad, you guys. Rice was always one of my absolute favorite foods. But yeah, that looks amazing. Imagine you just take that with you to work once a day, and you're just good. You just pop that bitch in the microwave, and you got an amazing meal there. But yeah, I miss rice a lot. That's one of the biggest things that I miss. Basmati rice, everything else. Anyways, how was your day, Mag? Mag, I gave you your flowers. Hey, what's up, Doc? Mag, I gave you your flowers on the last podcast big time because I talked about all the effort you put into my channel for no reason at all outside of just wanting to help me out, and how that was like a major, like, you know, motivator for me for a long time.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Oh my fucking lord, guys. Seriously.
How you doing, Doc? We have a really good podcast. He wishes he can make a thumbnail as glorious as Hot Tub Stamp. True. Maybe someday. Or the ones where you like gender swapped me for 2 thumbnails, and then that character just disappeared forever. You know, there might be some unfortunate person out there that thinks that that's actually me because they just saw a couple thumbnails, and those videos, of course, got like spiked views compared to the rest. So I bet you there's a couple people out there that genuinely think that's me. Well, you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. Period. End of story. No, we haven't even started the podcast yet, Dr. Red. We're about to any minute, though. We have really good topics tonight, dude. I am excited for this episode. And I'm going to get into some things that people wanted to know from me for a while. Mainly being, you know, I always get asked this question and I never go in depth. Everybody always asks me, why Silent Hill? Why are you so obsessed? We're going to talk about that. We're going neck deep in this lore tonight. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. Hit him with the T's. Neck deep. Now I gotta be chin deep. Dude, I have to be able to speak clearly. By the way, what do you guys think of the cut? This is another one of Bridget's doings. I think we're pretty clean on the cut tonight. I think it's pretty clean. That's why I'm wearing a different hat than usual. Normally I'd rock Liquid Death, but gotta have that clean cut for the podcast. I would show you guys a picture that Sick Boy sent me recently. I don't know. I don't get why he would care if I showed this. I don't think he would. But he got a clean cut himself the other day, dude. This dude is looking jacked. Look, this is Sick Boy. He's jacked, dude. He's shown me gym photos. He's actually jacked now. Like, he's built. I want to get a fade like that. That fade looks sick, dude. Like, oh, I made a pun. I need a medal now. I need an award now. I'm bookmarking this video, by the way, John. Because I'm going to need to start meal prepping. Big time. Here's your medal. Oh my god. I actually think I have enough topics to start, dude. Podcast. What you got? Oh, not Tic Tac. Bro wasn't ready for the turbulence. Excuse me? They're doing this on an aeroplane?
Bro wasn't ready for the turbulence.
Oh, he's had practice. Oh, he has had practice, dude. I heard it. I heard it with my own ears. He's had practice doing that. I heard 3 distinct claps. Where have you been, Mag? And how was your day, by the way? I saw you texted me earlier, but I was so fucking out of it. I was like waking up and I was in a little bit of a haze still. I was rushing to get ready. He's an expert. Yeah, he is an expert on the subject, in fact. Lagasp. I know. What the? Coldplay? I heard Coldplay. What the hell's going on? Okay. Dog sitting yet again? Oh, okay. Ready to go home? Yeah. I also want this to be a bit of a recap of episodes we've had so far and talking about, you know, the guests that we've had on, the awesome conversations that we've had, and some plans for the future. You know, as far as more than one guest at a time. Blockbuster John brought up this idea. It's a great idea. You know, having like me, YOLO, Dave, and him all on at once discussing something would be cool. Or just having, you know, 2 people on at once. Like, what if I had Gummy Lotion and She and Josh, like all 3 of them? What if I had all 3 of them on an episode and we were talking, just shooting the shit, talking about stuff? That'd be cool. Yes, YOLO Slides is his name. He's a Street Fighter player. Having Stamp, RT USA, Wings, DSP, and Boogie 2988. That would be wild. I'll show you guys my favorite. Hang on. I'll show you my favorite part of that video you're talking about, by the way. Here we go. This is the best part.
Trending gamer.
Of what it, these gamers stream right into our houses and remind us of what it's like to play with our friends.
Trending gamer.
Presented by Intel.
Oh my god, it's a PlayStation 4!
This is my favorite part.
Because you click on this and you fucking pocketed it. This is the only fucking shit you people care about. You don't care about
He's just fucking having a meltdown on screen.
people reviewing your shit and improving your shit. No, you care about this shit. That's all the shit you fucking.
And the trending gamer. The Game Award goes to Boogie
2988.
2988.
Why does he say Boogie 2988? It immediately goes for a hug. But yeah, this is the only fucking shit you people care about. You don't care about this. This is the only fucking shit you care about. Meanwhile, he's just going. He's so happy about all this. Angry Joe's being so quirky on screen. So weird, dude. Stacking up my stamp coins so I can make him play. That was legit. What was legit? It is edited in. Yes, it is. That's not real. It's just very convincing.
Hello there.
Oh, Jesus.
How you been?
What's up, Exeter? How you doing, man? Bodied by an ad. Sorry about that, man. Sorry. It's not me. I don't play ads ever. I've been an affiliate for like 3 years. I don't fucking touch ads, dude, so it ain't me. We're about to start the podcast, dude. I think this might be the first one you've been here for. Unless my memory is going, which is definitely possible. Got to get a little bit better lighting. Fix the white balance by putting my pasty white hand up. And then just... boom. Get Exeter on the podcast. You said, just say when, dude. Just say when. Just like Swix. I told Swix to tell me when he wants to be on. He never got back with me. Ask about the salt. I mean, YOLO wants to come in here and re-stream me sometimes, which I'm cool with, but hey, jump on, dude. Jump on, dude. Let's have ourselves a little conversation, but I don't think he wants to be on camera, which is fine. I'm not going to make my guest be on camera. I'm going to recommend it, but of course nobody has to do it. Just call me Morton. Iodized salt. Yeah, I'll just use a picture of Hakan that lights up whenever he talks. You'd face... oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. That's respect. That's respect. You do whatever you're comfortable with, man. I just thought of another topic, by the way. Dude, I seriously have a notepad for every single podcast episode we've done. I just seriously do it Windows XP style. I just bust out a notepad and just start typing. And then as I'm doing the show, I'll just glance over and just kind of pick out a topic and transition into it. But yeah, once Doc is back, we'll get started here. Check out this new logo. I'm a big fan of this, although Nintendo might cease and desist me for it. I like this logo a lot. I think it's clean. Nice, just corner, lower third. I don't need any more obtrusive info than that. That's all we need. They might cease and desist me, but that's okay. I feel like anybody can make this design in 2 seconds. It's just an oval. Oh, I have a second one already. It's just not very good. There's the second one. That's fair use, IMO. Yeah. That's true, yeah. None of my shit's monetized. Not an ounce of it. Maybe bolder font? Yeah. I'd have to make some changes to this for sure. Here was the original logo. I put this bitch together in GIMP, which is a graphical image manipulation program. It's literally like baby's Photoshop clone that's free. But I like this one the most because it's the most clear and easy to see. Yeah, I got subs because of the seal, yeah. Prove it in court, Nintendo. Prove it. Take me to court over the roughly $27.38 I made last month with this seal. Yes, the kiss from a rose guy. You know the guy. Yeah, see, you know. You see how we do? You see how we do? This is episode 16, is it not? Where's the recording of this? Oh shit. You know what I just remembered? The last recording of Stamp of Approval has to be edited because I fucked up and leaked my Facebook for like a few frames. So I have to actually drag it into Adobe Premiere and cut that shit out. I believe this is episode 16. Let me just confirm that because I can check the VOD. I titled it as such last week. What we got here? Yes, last week was episode 15. Stamp of Approval episode 16. Isn't there a category for podcasts? I thought I saw that the other day. It's like talk shows, podcasts, and yeah, talk shows and podcasts. But I mean, you could very easily just leave it in just chatting. You know, it's not like you need to be in another category. I've never changed the category. Oh, all right. Welcome back, Dr. Ed. We can get started now. Okay. Just ever so slightly less direct light. Also, yeah, Nintendo is brutal with cease and desist crap. They even did it to a low effort Game Jolt game, 5 Nights at Yoshi's, and whether or not it's fair use or not, they don't care because they know no one would challenge a $1 billion industry. Good topic for a podcast. A Pohodcast, in fact. I don't know about a Pohodcast, but a podcast, certainly. Oh yeah, I need some water too. I have a couple of bottles of Essentia. Let me grab one and crack it and we'll be ready. All right, I got it. Got some spicy soup. Mouth is dry as fuck. I need to get some water going. Alkaline water. I have no idea if it actually does anything. Probably not. Could be complete horse shit. But I'm drinking it anyway. Just experimenting right now. It'd probably be cheaper to just buy an ionizer and do it myself, but you get the idea. All right, let's get started here. Get out Audacity. Oh yeah, so something I wanted to check before we record this. I swear the video quality on the local recordings has been really bad here lately, and I don't know why. Okay, that's fine. Bitrate is 10,000. Why is it so bad then? Why is it so bad when I record from OBS? I don't know. Oh, I think I just figured it out. All right, well, we'll try this setting out and see if it's any better. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute alerts just for this. And let's get started. So was she, John, Gummy, Josh, Future Mute? Those are the only guests we've had so far. 6 guests. Just want to make sure I got my shit right. Oh, no. Dave and Gohan. What the hell? Okay, so we started out with She, then John, then Gummy, then Josh, then Dave, then Gohan, then Future. Okay. Damn, I've had 7 guest episodes so far. That's awesome. Okay. Sorry, Dave. I didn't forget. All right, let's go. All right, everybody. Stamp of Approval, episode 16. Man, it feels like we just started these a couple weeks ago. And to be honest, I did miss some weeks. So it would be further along if we did it every single Wednesday. But, as usual, life gets in the way. Shit happens. We've actually done quite a bit so far. I've been really, really happy, especially with the episodes that we've had guests on. I've been very, very happy with not just, people's appreciation, how much they seem to enjoy them, but also just the really productive and awesome conversations I was able to have with some of my regulars, It started out with She, or Pinku Idol. I met her a few months ago from Wood stream, who eventually became a guest on the stream as well. And then we've also had 3 people from the fighting game community, Blockbuster John, USF4 Dave, and Ultimate Gohan. Intend to have more on soon. I've had Future Mute on. And also had She's good friend Gummy Lotion, who also is my artist now, or one of my emote artists. Mag would be considered the other one because she made so damn many of them. But Gummy's responsible for this emote and that emote. So shout outs to her for being just really, really talented in a lot of aspects of art. So, and I definitely wouldn't rule out going back to her in the very near future for some more emotes. So, but yeah, at first I'll admit, She's episode, the very first person I had a guest on, I was a little bit nervous because I was so used to just living in my own bubble, in the stream, and just this kind of being my domain and never really having to consider having any type of back and forth conversation with somebody else. But and I can tell when I watched the VOD back as I was like editing the audio levels that I was nervous, but only for like the first 15 minutes. And then once we started talking about how we got into Twitch, and her story was very similar to mine when it comes to Zelda speedrunning, then it just kind of went away and we just ended up having an awesome conversation. So every episode has got easier since. And I knew that would happen, but I very, very, very strongly believe in stepping outside of your comfort zone. And what better way to do that than to stop just doing this all myself and try to involve some other people? Because there are people that I've wanted to have these types of conversations with, but it's really difficult when you're talking and they're restricted to a certain character limit in chat. You know what I mean? So being able to jump on a Discord call with them, share our screens, and just talk one-on-one has been honestly one of the most gratifying and most fun things that I've worked on in the past several years. It really has. I think it just goes to prove how social we are, like just as fucking humans, like how social we are, because all it took was me introducing a single guest on 7 episodes to like 3x or 4x my enjoyment of not only the podcast, but just my stream in general. It has been a really, really welcome addition and something that I'm really happy to be working on outside of just the typical streams. Speaking of that, pretty much that's all to say, all that long-winded yapping, that's all just to say I'm really proud of the episode so far. And I really want to say thanks to the people who gave me like an hour, 2 hours, sometimes even 3 hours of their time just to jump on and have a conversation. Like I know John was doing it after he had worked that day, and we ended up talking for almost 3 hours. And he even apologized when he had to go. I'm like, dude, no, you literally gave me 3 hours of your time and you didn't have to do it. So you're good. So yeah, just major shout outs to everybody who's been a guest so far. We will be having more guests on soon. I'm very, very excited for that. I have reached out to a few people, and I do have some goals in mind for some people I'd like to have on. And again, like we were talking about before the show, I hope to have on several people at once, maybe even a 3 or 4 person like roundtable discussion going at sometime in the near future. I think would be really fun. So be on the lookout for that if you do enjoy these episodes. Also, shout outs to Jaco Man. Jaco Man is a big tournament, a big TO in the online fighting game community for several different games, and just generally a nice guy. He reaches out to people and like organizes exhibitions and sets and tournament matches and everything. And he actually said that he watched my episodes with John and Gohan, and he said he liked them. So shout outs, Jaco. Appreciate that, man. I saw you were giving me some praise in YOLO's chat, and you didn't have to do that. So I appreciate that, man. Anyways, speaking of future plans, I have people are probably sick of me incessantly ranting about this. I wouldn't even call it ranting. I've just been talking about it a lot. 2 weeks ago now started a carnivore diet, which is a very restrictive, primarily beef only diet, but very occasionally you can eat things like eggs and chicken and tuna and every now and then, but those have to be limited. It's primarily got to be beef and eggs. And ever since I started doing that, my energy levels have skyrocketed. I've gotten past the keto flu. I've gotten past, most of the adjustment period. The only thing that I'm still dealing with is extremely vivid nightmares, which I hear is like a commonality for people that switch to a very restrictive diet when they're not used to one. But eventually I'll get used to it. I know sometimes it can take a little over 30 days for your body to fully adjust. So we're in the swing of things and I'm feeling really good. What, John? But yeah, I'm feeling really good. My energy levels are the highest they've been in years. I don't really even feel like I need coffee. Are you sure it has nothing to do with a certain DVD? I don't think it has anything to do with the DVD. Like just today, before I went live, I had a dream. There was someone doing yard work outside and they were running a weed eater that it had that high pitched whine going on. And in my dream, I thought it was a tornado warning. And I was like being ushered out of a college dorm room and everybody was like, the tornado's coming this way, like right now. And as I was running down the stairs, the whole building collapsed. And then I woke up, like jolted up. I like got up really quick and I was like looking around for, the 2 or 3 oh shit seconds. And then I realized, oh, that was a dream. Okay, I'm good. That type of weird shit's been happening lately, but I expected it. With a very radical diet change, being 29 years old and not deviating too much from my diet my entire life, doing something really restrictive like this, I knew was going to have some repercussions, and that's just one of them. But I have never ever been more excited to work on this channel, to work on my YouTube channel, and to get better content out for everybody. The amount of support and the comments that I got on the first Silent Hill video I did still blows me away. And people have been messaging me, joining the Discord just to DM me, hey man, when's the next Silent Hill video coming out? So like people want that content from me. The demand is there. I just got to start producing. So I think I'm going to try to get maybe even 2 to 3 videos out a week, as long as I can get better with Adobe Premiere and faster and, figure out how to do things in a more convenient way. I'm really excited to start pumping out more videos. And I think I'm not going to set like there's all these video essayists and shit out there now that are doing like 3-hour long videos. And you know what? Shout outs to those people, because that must take an exorbitant amount of time and effort. It's got to. Yeah. And those are 2 videos that have been project files that are like 75% done forever. I just can't finish them up for some reason. But yeah, there's people like I saw this girl Tango Mushi. She released like a 3+ hour long video about the lore of Siren, and I love the video, by the way. I'm not knocking the video at all. It's an amazing video. But I just don't know if I can. I mean, that a video of that length would take me like 6 months to make. It would genuinely take me about 6 months to put a video of that caliber together. And we have, these video essayists doing like Netflix style documentaries, Netflix tier documentaries about video games and different topics. And I'm like, man, I just don't have, I work full time. I stream a lot throughout the week, especially these past couple weeks. I've been streaming an absurdly high amount. It's not going to be feasible for me to do that unless I was only to release 2 videos a year. So I think I'm just going to cap myself at like 10 to 15 minutes. I think I'm just going to put out 10 to 15 minute videos. And I'm just going to be happy with that. I'm taking it back to 2018 when everybody was pushing for 10 minutes, Yeah, feature length film for sure. What's up, by the way, Kendo? But you know, in talking about all this carnivore stuff and just kind of lifestyle changes that I've been making here lately, I do want to say, you know, I think the most important thing that I've learned in all this is not waiting to be ready to do things. You just have to do them. I've heard from so many of my friends, like, I really want to start streaming, you know, and they message me and I'm like, oh dude, here's like all the settings. Here's all the screenshots. Here's what you need to do. Here's what you download. If you need a webcam, here's my suggestions, this, that, and the other. And then they're like, I'm not ready. You know, I might be ready next month and maybe in a couple months I'll be ready. And then they just never do it. Some of them have even invested in equipment and still not done it. So, you know, I've been there. You know, I was nervous to click start streaming once upon a time. This was all the way back in like 2012, 2013, of course. So ancient history for an old man like me. But I was there. At one point in time, I was nervous to click start streaming. I didn't think anybody would care. Nobody would want to watch. The very interesting thing about Twitch back then is that I actually averaged fairly high viewers because there were only maybe 1 or 2 other streams on the entire website that streamed Silent Hill games. That's just the way it was back then. You can get a good video out with 15 minutes. Oh, 100%. Yeah, and I believe I'm capable of getting a few very good 15-minute long videos out. I totally believe that. But yeah, that's the thing is, you know, the way that content creation is now, there's always 1,000,001 people in a particular niche. Like a lot of the niches have been filled by certain content creators, which is great, you know, that we need that type of variety for successful platforms. But back then, the popular games were like Diablo 3, World of Warcraft, League of Legends. Those were like the big 3. Diablo 3, League of Legends, and World of Warcraft were the big 3. Like all the biggest streamers on the whole website, like Kripparrian and Sodapoppin and NMP LOL. You know, just a lot of the biggest streamers on the platform were playing those 3 games at the time. And Counter-Strike was not really there because CSGO had not really taken off. That started more closer to like 2014 or so. But when I would stream Silent Hill 3, I would get a bunch of people in my chat being like, dude, you're the only person on the whole website right now streaming this game. That would never happen nowadays. There's always at least one other person playing. And so naturally the nerves that I felt started to go away as more and more people would show up and say things and I would get more comfortable conversating back and forth. Keep in mind, I was like, just had turned 18 at the time. So I was very young and very stupid. I didn't make like stupid edgy jokes or anything. I just didn't really know what was funny to say back then because I had lived very sheltered up until that point. And, you know, I've told this story before, but not on this podcast. Everybody knows Dan's Gaming. He's the guy that has one of the most famous global emotes on Twitch that's been around since like 2009 on Justin TV, that emote right there. So this was 2013, October. Every October, he would do a horror game marathon, and he just so happened to be playing Silent Hill 3. Well, I was at the end of the hospital, and he was just finishing it's the building that has like the ballet and the auto shop and different things in it. I forget what it's called, but he was at that part of the game. So he hadn't even made it to her apartment yet. And I had just finished the hospital, and I started to notice, like, I was glancing over at my XSplit. Yeah. This is how old this was. I used to use XSplit back then, and I was seeing the viewers like climbing like crazy. It was like 25, then 35, then 45, then 65, then 85, then it was like 130 out of nowhere. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Because like raids were not a thing back then. You could tell your viewers to go raid somebody, but there was no like official raid setup. You know, people would just do it. And I was like, what the hell's going on? And I was like asking people like, how'd you guys find this stream? And then somebody said, oh, you're way further in the game than Dan. And I wanted to see what happens because I have to go to work soon or something like that, you know? And so that stream was crazy. I was nervous as fuck for the rest of that playthrough because I had just never fathomed the idea of over 100 people watching me at one time. And for the next like 2 weeks, the viewership actually maintained. It was really high. It was like 65 to 70 viewers a stream and way more chat activity than like ever before. I was like, holy shit, this is like building. You know, this is building right now. and my parents just weren't having it. I was streaming way too much, admittedly. I was doing nothing else, and they didn't really see streaming as like a viable career path. And looking back, I can totally see their side of things, and I agree with them that I was going a little bit too far. So one day they basically said, you need to go get a job or you need to move out. Those are your only two options. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get a job. And then eventually I moved out after working another job for like 6-7 months, but still. It was actually retail. My first job was retail, but I have to say that was the best decision I ever made because it helped me become socially calibrated. It turned me into what I believe is like a much better version of myself. I was not proud of the person I was before I started that job. I was very arrogant. I thought that I knew better than everybody, even though I was 18, 19 years old. I didn't want to listen to authority. In fact, I outright disrespected authority because I thought I knew best. So that job, taught me like where I am in terms of like the hierarchy of life, unfortunately. I mean, I know that sounds dramatic, but it is true. I had to learn the hard way that I'm on the bottom rung. And if I want to get anywhere, I have to work a lot harder and I have to be kind to other people. You don't get ahead by, being a disrespectful little bastard like I was. So it completely turned my life around. Had some managers that really cared about my well-being and trying to help me just be a better person and, be a better employee. And it really helped me become socially calibrated so that when I did come back to streaming, I knew how to conduct myself and I wasn't so arrogant. And, a lot of people are always like, why are these like big streamers? Why are they like man children? Why are they so immature? And I think that I would have been one of those had I grown up in that environment and I never went out into the real world to work that job. I would have been one of those arrogant streamers sitting around being like, oh, streaming is harder than a real job or this, that, and the other. It's not, by the way, and it never will be. But, when I was that age, I was that arrogant that I would say stupid things like that. And it's just this concept of people growing up terminally online. That's where the primary issue stems from. And again, that's why I say I'm so thankful for that retail job because it taught me that's not the case. You have got to do better. And you're not fucking all that. You're not as good as you think you are. And I was not. Trust me, I was not. So, there is a part of me that is like, it's like the diverging path. If I would have stuck with streaming at the time, I would have been able to somehow convince my parents, yeah, I probably could have become a Twitch partner back then because you had to like apply for it and all this different stuff. But I feel like I would have been so stupid and not socially calibrated at that time that I would have just not been a very good streamer. So yes, well, if you were to look at my numbers, it's like, oh, yeah, you'll never reach that again. I don't really care these days. I'm such a different person nowadays that numbers are not at all what matters to me. It's just seeing names in chat and having really great conversations with people is all that matters to me. I think about some of the moments we've had on stream all the time. I think about the first time some people who doubted horror games saw Silent Hill 2 and they understood that horror games can be really meaningful. And we had great conversations about that. Every podcast episode with a guest. I think about those conversations a lot. Those are some of my favorite streams ever. Also, teens are idiots and any stupid mistake you made would be around forever if you did grow. Yes, exactly. If I were learning how to be a productive, like good member of society and I was trying to learn all that on the internet with all the bad influences of chatters and different things, yeah, I would have probably said and done some very stupid things that people probably would never let go. Just like, Pokimane and a few other streamers have clips of them that look like fucking ancient history from like 2012 and 2013 when they were fucking the same age as me, like 18 years old, when they said some stupid shit and people will just never get over it. Because that's how the internet works. So yes, if I were to like, try to grow my stream back then, I think it would have been a significantly worse path in life for me. So I'm incredibly grateful and incredibly happy to have the community I do. I don't ever go live expecting anything. The only thing that I want when I go live is to have great conversations with chat. That's it. And you know what? If you go into content creation with the two goals of just having fun and having great conversations with chat, you fucking won. because you're not sitting here putting pressure on yourself to try to become a partner in a certain time frame, and you're not putting pressure on yourself to, you know, compete with others in the algorithm and try to get ahead and, like, you know, do every fucking view bot and do every shady tactic in the book to try to boost your numbers, you know. Fuck that, man. You lose sight of what makes content creation and streaming so fun when you do shit like that. So, you know, that's why I think that just overall, this was the best path for me. And, you know, yeah, it's like hindsight is 2020. Of course, maybe if I would have kept up streaming, things could have popped off back then, but I think it's for the best that it didn't. Trust me, if you knew 18-year-old Stamp, I don't think a single one of you would like him. And hell, I don't like him either. I thought he was a piece of shit. And he was a piece of shit. So it's so much better to just let that version of me die and just be in the rearview mirror. Got to get my fluids going. Got the water and the coffee. Now, a piece of shite. Yeah, I was, dude. I was so arrogant and I thought I knew better. And I was an edgy 18-year-old. Yeah. I mean, I might still dress edgy, but I certainly don't act edgy anymore. One of my biggest influences outside of my dad and my mom, of course, is Conan O'Brien. And if you guys know, Conan O'Brien, when he left The Tonight Show, he had a very inspirational, very motivational speech. And at the end of that speech, he said that he hates people that are cynical. Oh, he said he hates cynicism, not the people that are cynical, but he said he hates cynicism. It's his least favorite quality in people. Please do not be cynical. He was like, nobody gets exactly what they thought they were going to get in life, but if you work really hard and you're kind to others, amazing things will happen. I think back to that all the time, and you might be like, oh, that's celebrity glazing and this, that, and the other. But no, I do think about that all the time because it's 100% true. You know, you can call it karmic retribution or karma, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But if you put good out there and you're always supporting other people, you're always doing what you can to help other people out, they will help you in tow when the time comes. If you need something and you need help, the people are going to remember, you know what? He went out of his way to help me when I needed something. I'm going to help him out. And I've seen that happen repeatedly. In a lot of instances, that's happened in my life. And it's been really, really meaningful when it does happen. You know, it's people that I went out of my way to help. It's like when me and Bridget needed to move last time. They popped up and they're like, hey, you helped us when we needed to move. If you need anything, let us know. They came down and they helped us move the whole time. So, you know, you got to put good energy out there and good things will happen for sure. But yeah, it's really important to put good energy out there. And like Conan said, amazing things will happen. And it's been true in my career as well. You know, I've always been somebody who, when I've been on specific teams, I've been very, very team focused. I try to pick up training very quickly because I know a lot of people don't like to do training. And that has landed me in a position where I'm now a training coordinator. And, you know, I'm able to make a fairly good living doing it. So that would be my number one advice as well. And it really is that simple. Everybody's like, oh, it's not that easy. Like there's so much else that goes into it. And this, no, I mean, if you really break it down and you really stop overcomplicating it, it really does just come down to working hard and being kind. Exactly. Kindness breeds kindness. Violence breeds violence. Very true. And you never know, you know, you never know when you may need help with something. You might think that you're good and like you're maybe, you know, you're like the black sheep of your family and you're never going to need their help. But there's going to come a day where unexpectedly you need someone's help, and nobody's going to be there to help you if you haven't treated your family right. Nobody's going to be there to help you if you haven't treated your friends right. So it's always worth it to, you know, just be a nice, loving person, you know, just be kind and put good energy out there. And it's not transactional. It's not, oh, I'm doing this so I can hopefully get something from you in the future. No, that's not how it works. And if you are doing it for that reason, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. It is not transactional. You do it without objectivity, and you just do it because you know it's the right thing to do. Never give somebody your time or be kind to them or do something for them because you hope to get something back. That's never a good mentality to have. Anyways, so in the future, I hope to have more guests on, and I've had very great conversations with the people I've talked to, and I think, you know, it shows in the guests as well. You know, the guests were kind enough to give me their time because we've had good interactions in the past and we've kind of leveled with each other, and because of that, they were willing to come on free of charge and just give me a couple hours of their time to have a great conversation, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you guys for that. Now, a topic, funny enough, because we just finished up a couple of David Cage classics. We finished up Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls on PS3. Spoiler alert, I think Heavy Rain is slightly better, but Beyond looked much better and was much higher production quality. If I had to rate them both, I'd give Heavy Rain probably a 6.5, and I would give Beyond probably a 5.5. I despise it when people make content of them feeding the homeless and stuff. It's sickening seeing them exploit people at their worst to gain praise and popularity. Why the heck do you want to record some poor dude that can't even eat? Yeah. Well, the sad thing is, content creation has made it impossible for us to be able to parse who's doing it for the right reasons and who's doing it just because they want to spike their view count. I think it's pretty obvious when you watch the videos. You can tell who's doing it just because they want views, and you can tell who's doing it just because they want to genuinely help people. But the problem is, it's all monetized. So whether you're genuine or not, people are going to misconstrue it and think that you're being fake. Like Mr. Beast, you know? A lot of people are very critical of Mr. Beast, like his video about, giving people the free LASIK eye surgery or whatever. Or, building wells in Africa. People are criticizing him for that, saying, oh, you're only doing it for the views or to get up in the algorithm. It's like, dude, can we think about the fact that regardless of why he's doing it, it's getting done? Can we just consider that for a second? Like, what's the alternative? Him just not doing it? I don't understand that. And they say things like, oh, the government should do. Anyways, I'm not getting into this conversation. But I agree with you, Dr. Red. Some content creators do it just for clout. And some content creators do it because they want to be genuine, but because everything is monetized at the end of the day, it's impossible for us as viewers to know. So it's kind of that gray area, and it's very weird part of YouTube that I don't like to visit often. Anyways, so Heavy Rain was about a 6.5. Very nice looking game, although it does look a little bit dated now. I played it on PS3, so that's probably my fault. But the story was a lot more focused. There was less, why am I doing this? What is the point of this? Beyond Two Souls was full of that. Beyond Two Souls was a game where you're jumping all over the place in the timeline of this girl named Jodie throughout her whole life. And she has this entity named Aiden, which is like, she can control it at will and talk with it, and it has its own personality and shit. And basically, she gets put in a paranormal research facility at a young age, and it pretty much ruins her whole life, but we're not going to get into that. The story jumps all over the place. Like, one second you'll be playing as an 8-year-old Jodie, and then the next second you'll be playing as a 27-year-old Jodie who's been through like the entire events of the game, but you don't know that yet, and like you just constantly jump back and forth, and it's not executed very well. So Heavy Rain is a much more focused story, and that's why I would give it a 6.5, and Beyond is a 5.5 because it's so all over the place. But the thing that Beyond had going for it is, even on PS3, the graphics looked significantly better than some things I've seen on PC and PS4, and I'm not making that up. It looked, even on the stream, it looked amazing, but in front of me on my own monitor, I literally thought my PS3 was going to explode. I've never seen visuals like that. It has to be the #1 best looking game on PS3, and it's not. There's no close second. Mr. Beast is already one of the richest people ever. He don't really have any other reason to make content unless to get the word out. So IMO, to a point at least, he's seemingly genuine. Yeah, and it's like, Mr. Beast is not just his one primary channel. You realize he has like Mr. Beast Espanol, Mr. Beast Japanese, Mr. Beast Korean, Mr. Beast, he has all kinds of different languages, German, French, Italian. So he has a channel in every language that can rebroadcast his content, and whole casts of people that overdub his friends and him. And every one of those channels generates a shit ton of revenue. So, you know, and all the merch sales that he does, like, yeah, he is by far the number one content creator in the world right now. Just, you know, the amount of revenue he brings in has got to be unbelievable. Like, money is no object for that dude for generations to come. His kids, their kids, they're all going to be set for life, and probably even further along than that, to be honest with you. So, but yeah. Anyways, talking about Heavy Rain and Beyond, I think it's funny because one of my viewers named Fudge Me, yes, that is his real name, Fudge Me Mate is his name. He described David Cage / Quantic Dream, which is the development company that David Cage writes for. He describes them as all flash and no bang. Basically, I mean, you guys get what that means, but it's like all substance, like beautiful visuals, animations, art style, design, everything visually is amazing, but the underlying story and gameplay is lacking. And I would have to agree. You know, if we were talking about visuals strictly, Beyond would be a 10. There's no question about it. It would be a fucking 10. But if we're talking about, you know, all the aspects that make a video game good, it would probably be a 5.5 because the gameplay and the story drag it down so far. This brings me to a point that we talked about after I finished Beyond, which is that the best games have a balance of all three. They have a balance of visuals. If they're going for a specific art style, especially visuals have to be on point. Gameplay and story. There are plenty of games that get by with no story at all. Like one of my favorite games of all time is Geometry Wars 2, and I also love Super Stardust HD. They're just twin stick shooters. I can sit there and play them for hours on end, like hours. And they're still fun to this day, but they have no story at all. Like some games, they don't even need a story, but the gameplay is just phenomenal. But if you're going to have a story, especially if that game is going to try to have some type of realistic setting or pseudo realistic setting, it needs to be considered as one of the most important aspects. And Heavy Rain and Beyond are both very high on visuals. They're I'd say about an 8 to an 8.5 for Heavy Rain, and a 10, an absolutely exorbitant, enthusiastic 10 for Beyond. I cannot stress enough how good it looks, even on PlayStation 3. And the problem is they have no balance. You know, the story and the gameplay, they're not that good. So anyways, instead of repeating myself again, my point in all this is the best games, the games that are generational, like known as some of the best games ever, they have a great balance. In my opinion, BioShock 1, it belongs in this conversation. It's one that I forgot to mention the other day when we talked about this. BioShock 1, especially on PC, even to this day, looks amazing. The music, the atmosphere, graphics, animations, weapon skin, just the weapon, not the skins, but the weapons, the way they look, the way everything interacts with each other is like a 9 to a 9.5, especially for 2007. Like, it's unbelievable that game came out in 07. Then you add in the gameplay being incredibly fun. A lot of times, this is my biggest issue with FPS games. A lot of times the first few levels are really awesome, really engaging, and really fun. And then you get to like the midway point and they start to drag really bad because it's like they used up all their, you know, all their best ideas for the beginning of the game to kind of rope you in, and then things get boring. And, you know, BioShock is not like that. It literally maintains all the way until the end. In fact, what is universally known as the best level in the game, called Fort Frolic, it actually comes like at the 2/3 point in the game. So you're almost finished with the game and the best level shows up. And that's how you know they had some seriously great ideas to put into this game. So BioShock, I think, belongs in that conversation. Gameplay, easy 9. Fun gunplay. Love the plasmid, you know, use, the variety of use of plasmid in combat. The hacking is fun, although I do think it gets a little bit repetitive. Like toward the end of the game, I just kind of wanted to run up and press X to hack. I didn't want, or press X to buy shit. I didn't really feel like hacking everything in sight. But it is a fun, you know, thing to get into if you want to. And the story, in my opinion, was phenomenal. So, and BioShock is still regarded to this day as like one of the best shooters ever made. So, you know, the genre as a whole is certainly not dead, but I think that you have to have a balance in your games. Beyond, for an example, since we just finished it, is an example of something that has no balance. And as a result, you know, I finished the game and I'm already forgetting things. Like, it's very forgettable in a lot of ways. There were chapters in that game that went on for over an hour and I can barely remember what even happened in them because they were so forgettable. It was nice to look at. It was like a beautiful canvas, but what's the point of this again? There really wasn't one. Now, speaking to that, reminds me of Xenoblade Chronicles 2, one of the best experiences from beginning, middle, and end. Banger story, banger characters, visuals, level designs, gameplay, and the music is loop-worthy. Yeah, absolutely. Probably the antithesis of those games I played right before them, which was Shadow of the Colossus and Ico. Or I played right before Beyond. Shadow of the Colossus is, I'm going to say it's a 10. For me, it's a 10. That world was so massive. And the fact that it was made in 2005, the world in Shadow of the Colossus felt larger than a lot of open world games, which I'm sure have much larger maps. If you were to sit down and analyze, you know, the actual in-game space that they take up. But that world felt so massive. Sorry, my throat's killing me tonight, you guys. But that world felt so massive that sometimes I would go really high up and I would look down and my stomach would flip because the sense of height and just scale and the way that that game was crafted is just so great. The gameplay was incredibly fun and rewarding. It's like some kind of, you know, platformer meets action game meets fantasy setting, and you're just completely blown away by how huge these colossi are and the different unique ways that you fight them. Like one of them, I remember this snake. It's like a giant snake that's swimming underwater, and you jump in and you just see this massive open body of water underneath you with a huge snake swimming in it. It's crazy. Again, it's one of those like make your stomach flip moments, just seeing the scale of everything. And then Ico, which of course came out first, is very much more toned down, but it's a super quiet, atmospheric, just kind of mysterious game. You don't really know what's going on for the majority of it, you know. The game starts and you're a kid, you have horns, you're with a group of people on horseback and they take you into this castle. They put you in handcuffs and they put you inside of this like stone structure. You somehow escape. You know, you're able to break your handcuffs and you get out of this stone structure and the game starts. You're just trying to escape this castle and find out, you know, how to escape. That's it. That's all there is to it. And eventually you happen upon this girl named Yorda, who is also trapped in there, and for reasons unknown, we don't really know why she's there. And the mechanic starts that you can hold her hand and lead her through the castle and help her escape with you. I mean, that's honestly 90 to 95% of the game. There are only maybe 4 cutscenes or 5 cutscenes in the whole game. But again, just absolutely unbelievable, beautiful visuals. I have several screenshots of these games. Like, it just is mind-blowing how great they look. And again, it's just, you know, Fumito Ueda's approach to game design is something that I really love because he doesn't focus on the bells and whistles so much. It's more about the overall picture. It's about what all the balance comes together to put forward in a very meaningful way. And I love that about those games. So Ico, I would probably give like a 9, because there were some parts where the gameplay was a little bit, like the puzzles were a little bit obtuse just because of like early PS2, you know, platforming mechanics and stuff. And then there were a couple times where they didn't make it explicitly clear where to go. And for a game that has virtually no tutorial and no, you know, waypoint system, of course, because this was like 2001, it could be a little bit confusing for people to know what to do sometimes, but ultimately it wasn't that hard. But Shadow of the Colossus, I think that's a 10. I would give Shadow a 10. And the ending caught me completely off guard. The final Colossus was one of the most epic fights I've ever seen. I mean, it had everything. It had a storm raging in the background. It had rain. It had the biggest Colossus by far. It had one of the most difficult platforming sections to get up to his head, and just being up at the top, you know, stabbing him for the final time, and he was like swinging back and forth. It was unbelievable. It was amazing. And I will absolutely be revisiting it in hard mode again soon because it was just such an enjoyable experience. Oh yeah, it had big boys for sure, but it also had fairly small ones too. You know, there were a couple colossi in there that were just like little creatures that were armored, and they only took a couple stabs to kill them. But yeah, I think it's a 10 for sure. Little Soylents, I mean, they were pretty soy, dude. All we had to do was get them to ram into something, and then their armor broke off, and we just stabbed them a couple times, and that was it. So obviously, Doc, you say Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one that you can consider a 10. Anybody else? What are some games that you guys would consider 10s? You know, I obviously could say Silent Hill 2 as well. Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid 2 would 100% be considered 10s for me. USF 4. Oh God, we're not going to talk about that, but USF 4 is a very, very well-made fighting game, though. I will say that. You know, Silent Hill 2 and 3, I would say 1. Actually, yes, I would also put 1 because within the limitations of the PlayStation 1, they literally could not have done better. Silent Hill 1 is one of, if not the single best looking games on PS1 outside of Metal Gear Solid 1, of course. But yeah, they could not have done better. So not putting a 10 on that is kind of disrespectful. Let me blow my nose really quick, you guys. Okay. And I think I talked about this the last time we had this conversation as well. Last of Us 1. Last of Us 1, I really feel like is a 10. It has a perfect combination of gameplay that I found very fun and engaging. Amazing visuals, even on the oldest version, which would be the PS3 version. And story that was just to die for. It was so good. It really captured that sense of this is what the motivations are behind these two characters, and this is why they care about each other. This is why, you know, as the story progresses, it becomes harder and harder for them to be apart. And, you know, Joel, spoiler alert, but a lot of people in here I'm sure have played Last of Us. Joel loses his daughter at the beginning of the game, and then he gets attached to Ellie, and he starts to think of her as a replacement for his daughter, and he starts to become very protective of her, even though he was super distant in the beginning. You know, it was just an excellently designed game that was executed to near perfection, if not perfection. Yes, I've heard God of War 2018 is a phenomenal game too. That's the one that people affectionately refer to as Dad of War, right? Need to play that on PC. I should actually. That'd be a fun first play. But yeah, that was like the first God of War game since like 2009, wasn't it? I think God of War 3 was 2009 or something like that. Another game that I think is a 10, you guys might think it's kind of unexpected, Shenmue. Let me preface it. Shenmue 1 and 2 are 10s if you play them in Japanese. If you play them in English, they turn into corny, cheesy, you know, less than amazing games. But if you play them in Japanese and they keep their serious tone with excellent voice acting, those are 10s, in my opinion. They really broke the mold in terms of, you know, a town that you felt like was alive. Like people, I remember reading this article. I remember reading this article about Shenmue on IGN. It used to be called like something64.com before they were called IGN. And in the very late 90s, they were talking about Shenmue because it came out in either late 99 or early 2000. And they talked about how every character in the little town of Yokosuka, which is where it takes place, goes about their business, and they go to different shops and they go and do different things. And I read that and I thought, no way, this is insane. Now, of course, the budget for the game was ridiculous, so that actually was true, but it was kind of more of a gimmick because the characters just like moved in a very set path and they didn't do anything unique. They would just kind of do the same things over and over. But Shenmue 1 and 2 really, really blew me away at the time, and I think they're both 10s. Now, Shenmue 3, ooh, we don't talk about that. But 1 and 2, we'll always have those, and I'm very grateful for that because they're amazing. Speaking of which, I need to go and play those very, very soon. Specifically 1 I've been missing. Clay Fighter 10 out of 10, System Shock 5 out of 10. I need to actually sit my ass down and play more System Shock Remastered because that was really fun. What's a more recent game that I would actually, let me think about older games too. A very recent game that I would consider a 10, Faith. Faith, the Unholy Trinity, which is Faith Chapter 1, 2, and 3, of course. Those games are, oh man, just thinking about them, they are amazing visually. They look like a mixture of Atari 2600 games with like Commodore 64 visuals and sound effects. And they have these really great rotoscoped animations, and they're very graphic, they're very dark, they're very unsettling. It was actually my game of the year a couple years ago. Whatever year they came out, it was game of the year for me. Like I didn't play anything else that was nearly as engaging, unsettling, disturbing, just downright fucking scary. And it had been a long time since I had played something that actually scared me, and those games scared me. Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 are both 10s. 3, I would probably give it about a 7. I don't like 3 at all. I'm just going to say it. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love the shit out of 3. The theme song in 3 is a 10, but I lose interest after like the first half of the game. Well, especially once I get to the flame guy, the flame soldier, I really start to lose interest. I just think the Cobras are not very fun to fight against at all. Like, not any of those fights were super memorable for me, especially not the Pain. What a weird fucking fight that is. The Fury. Remake is a 10. It is. The GameCube remake of Resident Evil 1 is absolutely a 10. Yes, the Pain is the bee guy where he goes like this and then like shoots out a bee and it sounds like he fired off a fucking airplane. Like, what the fuck? Weirdest fucking boss fight in the history of Metal Gear Solid. RE4, yes. Oh man, do I have a story about that. I'm really glad you brought that up, John. Do you guys remember the Wavebird controllers? The wireless GameCube controllers? They were so good. They were fucking amazing. Because they were literally all OEM Nintendo parts shoved inside of, or with wireless tech shoved inside. So there was a chrome and there was like a grayish white sort of color. And we had that grayish white color. So the day that Resident Evil 4 came out, my dad went and bought 2 Wavebird controllers, one for me and my brother and one for him, and Resident Evil 4. Oh my God, dude. We literally sat down, me, my brother, and my dad, we sat down and played that shit for like 8 hours straight the first day it came out, and that was like one of my most memorable experiences ever. I just remember seeing and hearing the Serenity track for the first time when we found the merchant, and, you know, just navigating, and everything visually just blew me away. It really did. I agree with you, Dr. Red. I think the village in the beginning, I think the beginning of Resident Evil 4 is the strongest part. When it hits the castle, ooh, I'm not really a fan. Hey, what's up, Brent? Dude, long time no see. Hey, I know this is kind of informal, but dude, I would love to have you on sometime and talk games. You know, talk life, talk games. I'd love to have you on sometime. Gears 1, oh shit, dude. Gears 1 had so many fucking glitches online though. Let's be real. Oh, sweet. Yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Let's set something up. For sure. I'll DM you on Discord. I still have you on there from, you know, our messages from way back when you were around the time you were playing that Harry Potter game or whatever. Yeah, Gears 1 had a ton of glitches. I can't remember the name of the map, but I really loved the one that was like the beach. I can't remember the name of the map. It was like a beach, and then there was a staircase that you could run up and grab a sniper rifle. It was like equal distance for the Locust and the Cog. I can't remember the name. But that was like my favorite map by far. And yeah, it was just so fun online, dude. Yeah, Gears 1 was an amazing game. I think Gears of War 3 was underrated. It had the best multiplayer of any of them. And Gears 2 was a little bit too slow. I wasn't a fan of it, but 1 and 3 were great. Halo 2 would be closer to a 10 for me because I thought the story was better, but Halo 3 is also like a 9 to a 9.5. I've spent, oh my God, you guys, I have spent an insane amount of time playing Silent Hill 3 in my life. Insane. Jesus, the amount of hours, I don't even want to think about it, dude. I was addicted to that game for almost 10 straight years. No shit. And I thought Reach was great too, but it just couldn't match Halo 3 for me. Ocarina of Time absolutely would be a 10. You know, I really hated the 3DS remake that they did. I wasn't a fan of it at all. I didn't like the way the characters looked in it. I didn't like the animations, nothing. But I love the N64/Virtual Console Ocarina of Time. Always will. I actually need to, man, I need to get a Wii badly. I need to get a Wii and like a classic controller setup so I can play Ocarina of Time on there. I beat Ragnarok on console but didn't do any side missions, just played story so I wouldn't be spoiled. Yeah. Me and a friend were talking about this too. You know, when it comes to art styles, it's funny how so many PS2 games hold up better than PS3 360 era games. You know, you go back and you play GTA 4, it looks incredibly dated now, but you go back and you play Shadow of Colossus and it still holds up and looks amazing, despite being 3 years older. High Key, Guitar Hero / Rock Band are both 10 out of 10 for what they were at the time. Dude, Rock Band 2. Rock Band 2 is the greatest rhythm game of all time, in my opinion. Bridget can tell you, dude, I had like the custom pedal called the Destroyer pedal, but Bridget can tell you I played like an endless amount of Rock Band 2 in my life. I mean, thousands of hours. It's unbelievable how good that was. And Rock Band 2 was the first rhythm game to not just be one single game. They turned it into a whole platform. You could export Rock Band 1 songs, you could export Green Day Rock Band, you could export Lego Rock Band, you could basically export every track pack, the AC/DC pack and all that shit, into Rock Band 2 so that you would have one central platform to play every single one of your songs from every game. The only one you couldn't do was Beatles because copyright and all that, but every other one you could do. Yes, Rock Band 4 specifically is the one that killed Mad Catz because Mad Catz had basically signed a contract to make really expensive peripherals and they just didn't work. They didn't sell very well and it ended up tanking the whole company and they ended up selling it off. The majority shareholders had to sell it off, which sucks because I remember they were incredibly successful in the fight stick business. My first stick ever was a Marvel 3 TE. The one that had like Wesker and Wolverine on it. Even DJ Hero was good, way more niche, but every one of those games killed. Dude, DJ Hero 2 had like the best mixes, period. Like DJ Hero 2 was so fucking underrated. They went way too hard on the mixes for that game. But yeah, I remember the rhythm game bubble was awesome, dude. I loved it. But it started to get oversaturated. And, you know, as we approached on like 2012 and 2013, they were putting out like 4 or 5 Guitar Hero games every couple of years. Like people just got sick of it. And I remember specifically around that time going to like any GameStop or any Best Buy or any Walmart, you would see those band in a box bundles. Remember that? Hey, appreciate that, Dave. You would see like those band in a box bundles where I don't really think there's going to be a good place to put that. I'll just have to leave it over my face. But you would see like those big bundles of like a guitar, maybe 2 guitars, a drum set, and a mic all in a box. And you would see just shelves full of those fucking things everywhere you went, dude. Yeah, appreciate that, Dave. Yeah, no ads for you, Brent. I would have done it myself if he didn't do it. But yeah. So yeah, you know, there's a lot of games that strike a really good balance, I feel. And, you know, the lesson I've learned is to never judge anything until you try it. Like, for example, I know I'm going to sound crazy, but I tried Fortnite the other day on stream, and I had a really good time. you guys remember that was a fun ass stream. I put on some Unreal Tournament 99 drum and bass and we fucking went in, dude. I had fun. I played zero build, of course, but it was a blast, dude. I really enjoyed it. Counter-Strike 1.6, 10 for me. Oh, it's such an amazing game. The only flaw that I would say about the only big flaw I would say about CS 1.6 is wall banging was a little bit obnoxious in that game. There were a little bit too many spots that you could wall bang. So very, very high level 1.6 a lot of times would just come down to sitting in a corner and shooting at a wall and hoping that somebody ran across it. Yes, the op was incredibly good. I am a longtime Counter-Strike Source player. I have between all my Steam accounts like 2,500 hours of CS Source, and I think Source is the better game. I'm sorry, I'm saying it. I think Counter-Strike Source was the best version they ever put out. You kids can keep your Global Offensive and your CS2. I'll stick to my Counter-Strike Source. I'm sorry. The amount of non-serious shit you could do, the mods, perfection. Yeah. Remember the Garry's Mod RP era? You know, everybody's all obsessed with their Red Dead Online RPs and their GTA 5 RPs. Real men remember the Garry's Mod RP days, where you'd hop into a fucking Garry's Mod like Cops vs. Robbers RP or a Garry's Mod Star Wars RP server. Real men remember that shit. And people really got into character back then, dude. They took that shit seriously. Doom 2016. Sorry, Brent, that's not a 10. IGN gave it a 7. No, Doom 2016 is amazing. I think 2016 is better than Eternal for sure. I've always said 2016 is better than Eternal, so you can add me to that list, Dave. I think Eternal tried to do way too much and introduce too many mechanics, and it actually ends up getting confused in the gameplay toward the end. Because you have the fucking dashes that recharge way too fast. You have the meat hook. You have like 17 different fucking weapons. You've got the flame belch, the ice blast, and you got the blood punch. Like, there's too much shit going on, dude. Way too much shit going on in Eternal. Yeah, like they had the level design and just the pacing of 2016 was so much stronger to me. And I just like moving fast. I don't need to dash every 2 seconds, you know? Yeah, way less arcadey. That's a good way to describe it for sure. So, you know, just kind of, you know, going in that conversation, it's like, it often is not the newest and most advanced version of the game that is the most successful. It's the one that has the best balance. And 2016, in my opinion, has a better balance of both visuals, or all three. Visuals, gameplay, and story. I like everything about 2016 better. Yeah, Eternal encourages you, and the way that they changed the chainsaw to just be like an ammo generator for some reason. Like you just press the G key to chainsaw somebody and you just get a shit ton of ammo. Like, what? That's weird. I thought the whole point of it was supposed to be pickups. Which, of course, there are still pickups, but the primary way you get ammo is just you chainsaw somebody and you just get a ton of ammo. But yeah, what are some games that you guys have put thousands of hours into? I know some people in this chat have already said like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, but outside of MMOs, and Exeter said he almost lost his wife over Final Fantasy 11. That's funny, two people said Pokemon immediately. Pokemon White, Pokemon Red/Blue. I remember in school everybody had Game Boy Colors and they were playing like Silver and Gold. And red, yellow, and blue as well. Maybe not thousands. Yeah, and the sad part is I can't give RE7 a 10. I have to limit RE7 to like a 9, maybe 9.2 at the absolute high end, because that boat section is a big miss. I mean, that is a big miss. Every time I get to that part in the game, I've adjusted to it, and I don't think it's as bad as I originally thought, but it's just not good. I can't sit here and be delusional and say that it's good because it's not. That boat part is a big miss. I put way too many hours into RuneScape from like 11 to 14 years old. Yeah. Ocarina of Time has Water Temple. Yeah, but Water Temple's not nearly as hard as people let on. It's kind of a meme. Limiting RE7 to a 9 is so sad because it has everything a 10 needs. If only the last hour of the game wasn't meh. I know, it is. It is sad, man, because I love, oh God, I love the gunplay, especially if you get the broken shotgun. That's like one of the most satisfying guns in any game you will ever get. The vibe of the first half, like the whole Baker residence and escaping Jack and then Marguerite and then Lucas, that part of the game, if they cut it off there or somehow extended those segments, it would be a 10 for sure. But once they get into the whole boat situation where you're playing as Mia, it is like a precipitous drop off. You know what I mean? That shit drops down to like a 7. I know, and what a fucking weird choice. Not only are we going to make you do this once in the tape flashback, now we're going to push you to the present and you have to do it all over again, except this time you have to do it with no weapons until you unlock the captain's cabin or whatever. Man, fuck that. You could literally just delete the whole boat section until you are running down to get Ethan out from the mold that he's trapped in, and then you play as Ethan again through the mines and all that, and that's perfectly fine. But yeah, the majority of that boat section is just a big miss, unfortunately. Oh yeah, for sure. And you know what, the feedback is hilarious too, Brent, because Capcom specifically made Village less scary because according to user feedback, which probably means a bunch of crybabies on Twitter, Resident Evil 7 was too scary. Players found Resident Evil 7 too scary, so they had to tone it back in Village and make it more action-oriented. No, I'm not making that up. They literally said that. Based on player feedback, RE7 was too scary. I literally do the boat section after the flashback with no weapons to get through it ASAP, even on Madhouse. Yeah. Fetus thing was the scariest thing in almost any game I ever played, so I disagree. Yeah, but that was like a borrow straight from PT. Like that whole section was like, hey guys, remember PT? It's crazy from our perspective, but I do know people who couldn't play through it, yeah. I really, really love the Jack Baker part in the very beginning of the game. You know, he leaves the dinner table. You don't have shit. You don't even have a pocket knife to defend yourself. You can't attack whatsoever. And this dude that has a weapon is already chasing you. He's really fast, especially on Madhouse. Like, the only way to beat him is to outmaneuver him, and that's really scary. For people that are playing for the first time, dude, they get scared shitless in that part. Because you can't defend yourself. You have nothing to defend yourself with, and this guy is just running around so fast. It's awesome. The car fight in the garage while he's doing donut. Yeah. And I love that there's so many different ways to do that fight. Like, you could just stab him a bunch and then shoot him a bunch and it's over. Or you could get in the car and then he jumps in the car and starts steering the wheel for you and rams into those like girders, those steel girders that are on the wall. There's a few different ways you can do that. RE7 overall hits on horror in many different subtle ways. Jack players like a play on an abusive family member, and it's horrifying how they did it. Mega Man X and Final Fantasy VII, both 10s. Final Fantasy VII, I will admit, I've never finished, but as a youngster, I was a massive, massive fan of that game. And I know Mega Man X is like universally considered to be one of the best, if not the best Mega Man game ever. I do watch Caleb Part 42 speedrun it from time to time, and I will say the sound design is amazing. I love the sounds of like the dashing and the sliding and just the backgrounds going absolutely wild. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Turtles in Time. How good that was. I would take it further saying it's the best 2D platform. Oh, it's 100% in the conversation. For sure. 100%. Capcom was on their A game. In the early 90s to late 90s, Capcom was on their fucking A game. That was like their platinum era, dude. 100% it was. And the fact that they technically ended that era with Marvel vs. Capcom 2 that came out in 2000. I mean, who's fucking complaining? I know I'm not. Holy shit, dude. We got Third Strike and Marvel 2 toward the end of that on their CPS3 platform. It's amazing. Which was basically their arcade boards. I'm of the opinion that Street Fighter 3 Third Strike has the best soundtrack of any fighting game ever. And in my personal opinion, it's the best fighting game ever made. But that's just me. Left field choice, but I'm going to go with Telltale Walking Dead Season 1. You know what? You are not at all the first person to say that in this chat even. And I've never played it, but one of my viewers felt so strongly about it that they gifted it to me. Like every single thing that's ever been released related to it, they gifted it to me. It was Faye Ataraxia that did it. So yeah, maybe we should play it sometime. I've literally never launched any of these games before. They gave me all of these. They gave me all of these. Walking Dead: A New Frontier. Okay, Walking Dead: A New Frontier, Michonne, Saints and Sinners, Season 2, the final season, Telltale Definitive Series, all that stuff. So I have like everything that's ever been released related to The Walking Dead. And of course, Season 1 is on here too. So I should definitely give this a shot sometime. I did play Life is Strange Season 1. And I was going to actually talk about this earlier. Life is Strange Season 1, despite having a fraction of the budget of a game like Heavy Rain or Beyond, I think it was actually executed much better and turned out to be a much stronger game as a result. Life is Strange Season 1 got my game of the fucking decade for the 2010s, dude. I'm not even making that up. I gave it game of the decade for the 2010s because it was that good. I think Definitive is just an all-in-one package in one place, so that's the one to play. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I should definitely give that a shot. I'd love to. Never played Wolf Among Us. Yeah, didn't they also end up doing like a Game of Thrones and a Batman or something? I remember Telltale was like all over the place for a while doing different stuff. They're the same people that made like the Sam and Max games, right? Back in the day. They did like the episodic Sam and Max games. I'm pretty sure they did. Sequel coming out too. Yeah. But, you know, getting into another topic really quick, there's a lot of, yeah, they had a bunch, a Game of Thrones game as well, but I think Walking Dead and Wolf Among Us are their two big ones, yeah. And yeah, 100%. I feel like, you know, Life is Strange struck a much better balance, and from what I hear, the Walking Dead Telltale games did too, because when I look at the Walking Dead games, I've seen like the trailers and stuff, they look really cartoonish, almost like a cell shaded. It actually kind of takes me back to like the PlayStation 2 era, whenever cell shading was a thing. Oh my god, dude. Dave, you just unlocked some fucking memories, dude. Mech Assault. Do you guys remember Mech Assault on the original Xbox? That was one of the first games I ever saw being played on Xbox Live. That was such a great game. Mech Warrior 2. I don't know if I've seen that, but I do remember Mech Assault. That was a fucking awesome game. I had a good friend at the time who was really, really huge into Mech Assault, and I used to go over to his house and we would play for like 6-7 hours straight. It was such an awesome game. You guys remember Enter the Matrix on the original Xbox, or Splinter Cell Chaos Theory? Some of the best online games ever, by the way. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory was amazing. But yeah, that was another question I wanted to kind of ask you guys. What was the first game you guys ever played online, like ever? Mine, the first game I ever played online, I think myself, was SOCOM 2 for the PS2. SOCOM 2 for the PS2, and this was somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2004. I was 9 years old, I think, when that came out. And it had this really cheapo Plantronics headset that was packaged in, but it was one of the only PS2 games that had full voice chat like everywhere. Lobby chat, game chat, everything. Counter-Strike 1.0 for both you and Brent, it was CS 1.6. Yeah, I got into Source like later that year because my dad had bought Half-Life 2 and there was like a bundle where you could also get Counter-Strike Source for free. And that, I think, was when he established his Steam account. It may have been a little bit older. Yeah, SOCOM 1 and especially SOCOM 2 were like the definitive answers to Xbox Live on PS2. They were the only shooter action games that could hold a candle to like Halo or at the time like Rainbow Six 3 or Mech Assault or those types of shooter games. SOCOM was an amazing online shooter. And I got ridiculously good at that as like a 10-year-old. Dude, I was fucking shredding people. I got good at like jiggle peeking the corners and knowing how to aim and track with the stick and work with the aim assist. Dude, I got ridiculously good at SOCOM 2. I especially loved playing the sub. You could play as like basically people that looked like a bunch of Sam Fishers. Like they had their wetsuits on and their night vision goggles, and you were playing against terrorists, and it was fucking awesome. They basically had a counter-terrorist and terrorist setup just like Counter-Strike does. Both Red Dead Redemption games for sure. I think it was either Minecraft or Ice Station Z on 3DS. You know what's a really weird one of the first? Metroid Prime Echoes. Or not Echoes. What was that one? Metroid Prime Hunters? What was that one that was on the original Nintendo DS? Did you guys know that game had online? Yes, it was Metroid Prime Hunters for the Nintendo DS. That game actually had fucking online. You could connect your Nintendo DS to horrendous Wi-Fi and play that online with people. Soul Reaver. I should finish Soul Reaver. That game was awesome. Yeah, I'm a little bit more partial to Red Dead 1, to be honest with you, but that's just because I haven't played much of Red Dead 2. I started it, but I didn't get very far in it. Red Dead 1 also has two things. It has one of the best soundtracks ever, and it also has one of the coolest DLCs ever, which is Undead Nightmare, where you can ride like the four horsemen of the apocalypse. You don't ride the four horsemen. Okay, pause. You ride the four horses. Let's get that clear. You don't ride the horsemen. You ride the horses. There's like the famine horse and the flaming horse. You know what I mean? Don't clip that out of context, please. But yeah, this is why Uno for... Oh my God. All I remember. So, Brent, you know exactly where I'm going with this. The Xbox Live Vision camera had just come out. And it was a USB, like shit. It was like 0.2 megapixel dog shit webcam for the 360. But it was like revolutionary because you could... play arcade games with it, and there were a bunch of games and gimmicks around it, but there was no terms of service. And on Uno, they made the genius decision to allow players to use their webcam so they could see each other. Well, what do you think people went and did with that? Every fucking game you got into, there was just a dude fucking jerking his dick at 300 mph while you're all sitting there trying to play a fucking Uno game. I specifically remember the first game I got into, just literally trying to sit there and play an online game of Uno. A dude had grabbed his dick and was spinning it like a fucking helicopter. Literally, I'm not making this shit up. You can't make this shit up. That's what people did on Uno all day. And they would say the most heinous shit over the mic too. Yeah, and they would still play like normal, so the game could continue. But they would say the most heinous shit. They would do stupid stuff like that. Oh my God. And then very shortly after, Uno like completely reversed whatever company had published that game. They deleted the ability to use your webcam, obviously, because they heard about this. But yeah, not a good look, that's for sure. You guys remember when Xbox Live had 1 versus 100? And you could actually win like a decent amount of money or Xbox Live points playing it if you did well enough? I remember that. And it was actually like a live show that they would conduct on Xbox Live. Yeah, they had like a whole MC and a host, and it was a whole ass live production that they would do on Xbox Live, and you could answer questions. You would get higher up and higher up. I ended up winning like 1,600 Microsoft points off that one night. Not gonna lie, they gave me plenty of time to Google the answers on my smartphone. That's exactly what I did. I Googled the answers, and I definitely cheated my way to victory, but I don't care. I got those Microsoft points. Let's go. Yeah, it was amazing, man. It just always felt like, This might be an unpopular opinion, but Xbox Live parties were like the precursor to Discord chats, but I hated so much the way that they implemented Xbox Live parties, because they took away that fun sense of everybody being in game chat and talking over each other. That was all gone because everybody would just sit in a party chat. And then all of a sudden, when you got into a match of Halo 3, dead silence. Not a soul speaking because everybody was just sitting in their private party chats talking. I hated that. I much preferred Halo 3 with like the Blade dashboard design when everybody had to be in game chat and you could strategize and you could talk to other people. Man, it was so shitty when everybody would just sit in their party chats. But as we know, oh yeah, Castle Crashers was amazing. That was made by the same company that made Alien Hominid on PS2. Originally from Newgrounds, though. Netflix with friends. Man, you guys are unlocking so many memories. I had a good friend of mine named Isaac. We used to do that all the time. Every Friday night, we would browse after school. We would get home from school, and we would get on Netflix, and we would browse the most heinous, horrific horror movies that they had on there, and we would just sit and laugh at them. Like, it was so fun. And then eventually we got more friends in on it, and we would talk about it on Mondays. Like, we had a whole ass group of people. We would get a group of like 5-6 people to all watch just these shitty horror movies. We watched like Human Centipede. There's like Human Centipede. We watched Mothman Chronicles. Mothman Chronicles is a fairly good horror movie, but yeah, Human Centipede is garbage. And there was just a lot of like B-movie horror trash on there, like stuff about werewolves and vampires and shit. Yeah, there used to be a lot of legit like public domain B movies, like the shit that you'd go to Walmart and buy like those 50 movies on 4 DVDs, and it's all like this really low quality public domain bullshit. And of course filled with like, yeah, Thanksgiving and fucking, there was that also, I think it might be Thanksgiving, but there were a lot of like comedy horror movies on there too, stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, man, that was a great era. It wasn't so great for me because my family went through 8 Xboxes before we finally got a working one. We cost Microsoft probably thousands of dollars in fixing, repairs, and cross shipping. It started out, I got a Red Ring on a console that we bought holiday 2006. Yeah, Christmas 2006 was when I got my first one. The first 2 games we bought were Gears of War and Rainbow Six Vegas 1. And yeah, Red Ring like 5 months after that. And then after that, they had already extended the warranty and everything, and it cost them like $1 billion. It was like $1.15 billion it cost them. Then I got my system back, and then I got an E74 error while I was playing NBA 2K7 or 8. I can't remember which one. And then after that happened, I sent it back, got another one. It would E74 in a couple months, Red Ring, and it just was like repeat the cycle. After the 8th time, they finally sent me an Xbox 360 Jasper, they called it, which was like the newest motherboard revision that fixed the heating issues, and that one is still working to this day. In fact, my mom still uses that one to this day to stream like Netflix and other things. She still uses it to this day, and it's never been repasted or anything. It just works. It's a tank. It never stops working. So at the very least, they finally did fix the issue. It just took 8 systems to go through. But yeah, I miss that original design because, you know, they had the whole thing about like you could swap the face plates, which was cool. Did you guys know the original 360 had fucking memory cards too? The big thing was when the 360 came out, they had 2 versions. There was like the Pro and the Core. And the Core had no hard drive. You just had to use those little shitty 64 megabyte memory cards. And that's why the early Xbox Live Arcade games had to be 64 megs or lower. Like they had to have a very strict megabyte limitation because they had to fit on the memory cards if you wanted to buy them. I think the first, Perfect Dark Zero, man, that was such a weird game. Like being such a huge fan of N64 Perfect Dark and going to that, it was like the graphical style that they went for at the time was so bizarre because it's like they just wanted to showcase how amazing it was by making everything shiny. Do you remember that? Like Perfect Dark Zero looked like the whole fucking game was like dipped in oil. Everything you looked at was just super, super shiny for no reason and had all these reflections. They did that with that game Cameo Elements of Power as well, which was another 360 launch game. That was also another Rareware game. I am of the opinion that the best 360 launch game is not debatable. Not debatable. It is Condemned Criminal Origins. That is an amazing game even now, and it was a 360 launch game. Amazing. Love it to this day. Can still boot it up and play it and have a good time. Whereas Cameo, Elements of Power, and Perfect Dark Zero. Perfect Dark was fun online, but that was about it. I did not enjoy the story of that game at all. I think I played a lot of Halo 2, even when the 360 was out, until they shut the servers down in like 2008 or 9 or something like that. I played a shit ton of Halo 2 on the 360. Dead or Alive 4, yeah. The one that really changed everything for me when it came out, though, was Oblivion. Whenever Oblivion came out, because my PC was nowhere near capable of running Oblivion at the time, because that game was known as like a, you needed a NASA tier PC is what people said. When that shit came out, it was over, dude. Countless hours spent playing Oblivion. God, what a great game that was. That was like mid to late 06 that came out. I can't remember exactly, but holy shit, man, that blew me away. I remember going to like the Imperial City and talking to all the shopkeepers and stuff and just being fucking amazed, like going to the arena and doing that whole quest line. And my favorite quest line in all of Oblivion and probably all of Elder Scrolls is the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion. There's a quest where it's not quite like a reality show, but there's a quest where like they've brought a bunch of people together in this big mansion and you're sent in to basically find a way to kill everybody, but you have to get them on your side. You have to like make them trust you. And there's like 7 or 8 different ways that you can go about this mission. You can align yourself with one of any of the other people. You can trick them into thinking that the other person is the killer. You can frame other people. You can just lie about everything the whole time. And you can try to escape with the final person, but then at the end you stab them in the back too. There's like so many unique ways that you can go about this quest, and a lot of the Dark Brotherhood quests are really cool like that. The first Fable was a 10 for me. That was a really good game. I just remember there was a lot of controversy about the first Fable because Peter Molyneux lied, which what's new? All he does is fucking lie about his games. But Peter Molyneux basically gassed it up to be like, oh, you can go anywhere and do anything, and this is going to be the largest game ever fucking made. And then when the game came out, it was actually fairly linear. And even for like 2003, whenever it came out, there wasn't really a lot of exploration to be done. It was like straight lines from town to town. So he just completely bullshitted. I don't think we've mentioned the Arkham trilogy, but I definitely, on PS3, before I even really had a 360 that I played all the fucking time. I think it was one of the times that my 360 was in repair and we were waiting for it to come back. That's when I bought Arkham Asylum, and I played through like 90% of the game in one shot on PS3 one night. That was a really, really good game. Yeah, I never played Arkham Knight, and I started the Arkham City, I think it's called, but I didn't get very far. Yeah, I mean, what do you think about Rocksteady now, Brent, with this whole Suicide Squad controversy that they find themselves in? With this fucking looter shooter that they've just made that nobody cares about or wants? The Suicide Squad game, dude. It's just a generic fucking looter shooter with like, epic skins and legendary skins, and they just want people badly to buy a bunch of loot boxes and a bunch of different shit like that. They actually put some hours into Suicide Squad. I'm sure it's not as bad as people are letting on, but it's certainly not a good look for a company that is well known for really good story games. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, give us more story games. You guys are amazing at this. What is with this looter shooter skin bullshit? Okay, so I'm going to need some water for this one because this is going to be an in-depth topic. People always ask me, hang on. Dude, I'm gonna have like no voice tomorrow. I've been talking so fucking much. They just announced a new Arkham VR game. Nice. People always ask me, why Silent Hill? I get that question so many times. Why am I so obsessed with Silent Hill to the point that as soon as somebody brings it up, I will sit here and talk about it for hours. I will derail a whole stream and talk about it for hours. Dark time in my life, but I even would go on the subreddit and respond to people on there sometimes and just discuss it. Not in like an aggressive way, but just like talk about it back and forth with people. Why do I feel compelled to do 18 to 20 hour streams where I play all the first 4 games in one shot like an absolute maniac? Sometimes they even take upwards of 24 hours. Why do I do this? Well, I'm going to get into that. So, Silent Hill 2 was the first one that I ever like laid eyes on. And this was at a Best Buy that was about 30 minutes away from our house. We bought the original Xbox Platinum Hits release of Silent Hill 2 Restless Dreams. And I talked about this in my video about the Silent Hill community being fucked up. I saw a little bit of gameplay. I thought, that looks kind of impressive, but doesn't like blow me away. It looked kind of muddy, and at least I thought at the time. So I didn't really think too much of it. And I got my first computer, hand-me-down computer, around 2000, late 04, early 05, something like that. It was a piece of shit. It could barely run any games. And at the time, I was actually doing homeschool on that computer, which a lot of people didn't realize. But yes, you could do homeschooling on the computer and on the internet, even as early as 2004. So I was doing that at the time. And when I would take my breaks and stuff from school, I would like to go to GameFAQs and GameSpot and IGN, and I would read articles about games. And one of the things I just kind of got curious about was like, is Silent Hill 2 good? I was like, is this a game that I should actually play? And even in the GameFAQs forums way back then, people were praising the shit out of it, talking about, oh, best horror game ever made, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, oh, damn, I should play this. And so I asked my dad, and he was like, no, because I don't know what's in it. He was I was like fucking 9 years old, so it's not like he was being a super strict parent. Like he didn't know if there was like nudity or graphic violence or anything. So he was like, let me finish it first, then I'll decide whether or not you can play it. I was like, okay, cool. So he did eventually play it fairly soon after that. Of course, I wasn't allowed to watch or anything because, again, we didn't know what was in it. And he basically was like, yeah, you're good. He's like, there's nothing, super crazy in here. He's like, there's some enemies that look like they're nude, but like nothing crazy. So then I thought, okay, I'm going to give this a shot because people talk about how good this is. I want to see, like, is this really scary? And at the time, I had no balls when it came to horror stuff. I was scared very, very easily. I got nightmares very easily. So I loved the music. I was like, oh man, like White Noise when he first walks up and he puts his hand down his face like this just to make sure he's still real and all that stuff. And then he goes outside and you hear that monologue about trying to find his wife. And then as soon as that monologue ended and that beautiful acoustic guitar fades away, you get this really oppressive just ambience just blaring in your ears. And I was playing it on like a shitty old like Panasonic CRT or Philips CRT, I can't remember. But it just blares this really bassy ambience that puts you on edge immediately. And I was like, fuck this. This is too scary, dude. Fuck this. So I played a little bit further, but then once I got to like the downhill segment where you are going toward the cemetery, I couldn't do it anymore because you're starting to hear like the running sounds in the distance. And I was like, fuck that. I'm done. So I turned it off and I didn't play it again for a while. And then my dad would let me watch Terminator, but wouldn't let me get a game that had blood. Yeah, pretty much. My family was the same. So after that, it took a while. And then eventually, I had played like Resident Evil 1 on PS1 a little bit. I played Resident Evil 2 on PS1 a little bit. I saw my dad playing like the GameCube remake from start to finish as Jill. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to grow a pair and I'm just going to play this game. So it was a few months later. So we're talking like mid to late 05 now. I think it was actually summer 05. So I was 10 years old and I sat down and I said, I'm going to finish Silent Hill 2. And my dad had bought Silent Hill 3 for PC. And I was like, I'm going to grow a pair and I'm going to fucking finish these games. I'm tired of like being scared of this. Fuck that. If you grew up playing Resident Evil games and then you tried Silent Hill, it was just so different and mysterious in a good way. Yeah. And a lot of people have this mentality of, oh, it's just it's like a cheap knockoff. No, dude, they couldn't be more different. Resident Evil and Silent Hill could not be more different. Anyways, so I booted up Silent Hill 2 on original Xbox again, and I made it all the way to where you find Maria. The apartment scared the fuck out of me. I had to keep the volume pretty low because the apartments were fucking scary as shit. But I made it all the way to the part where you meet Maria in Rosewater Park. And when I turned the volume up and I heard the music and I listened to that conversation, something just clicked. And I sat back and I was like, whoa, this is really, really good. You know what? It's so hard to explain. You guys ever been to like, this is going to be a really weird analogy, but have you ever been to a party and like at first you're kind of not really sure what you want to do, who you want to talk to, who you want to hang out with, but like at a certain point it just clicks and you're like, hey, I'm supposed to be here to have fun. I'm going to have a good time. And then you start talking to people, conversating, and you have a genuinely good time. That's kind of what that felt like for me. You know, at first I was unsettled and I'm like, oh, this game is fucked up and this is gory and graphic and violent. And then once I got to that cutscene, as a 10-year-old, by the way, and I turned the volume up and I listened to the amazing music and the conversation and everything that was happening, I was like, whoa, this is awesome. Like I just totally got lost in it. Like I got super immersed in the game. And that was pretty much it, dude. I never looked back. I kept the volume high and I played for like another 4 hours and I made it to the part where you're running around at night. Because the hospital took me absolutely fucking forever because I was a stupid kid. But yeah, the hospital took me forever and I made it to the part where you're running. You're not here to conversate. As an RE fanboy, I can safely say SH is nothing like RE. Oh, sorry. It's like comparing Sonic to Mario just because they're both platformers. True. That's usually after the third drink. Yeah, when you settle into a party. I can play an RE game during the day, but I have to play a Silent Hill game at night only. Yeah, there's just such a vibe to them, man. Such an atmosphere, and that's the strongest part for sure, as well as the sound design just being masterful. But I remember once I got to the part where he says, you know, I have to find Mary. I have nothing left to live for. And then he just starts running and it's pitch black. And the only thing you can hear in the distance are the nurses stepping around and swinging at you and screeching and shit like that. I turned it off. I got scared again. I was like, fuck that. That's too scary for me. I can't do it. And it was one of those things where for the next couple days, I just thought about it constantly. I was like, oh my God, I need to see what happens. I need to find out what happens. This is crazy. So a couple days later, again, I mustered the courage. It was, you know, still daytime, but it was like sunset pretty much. It was getting dusk. And, you know, that was like my least favorite time to play games because I always got really scared, but I did it anyways. And when I made it to the prison, I had to turn the volume back down because that music was too oppressive and fucking shrieky and scary. But I made it to the hotel and I was like, I have to see this through. It was like 2 a.m. and I was like, I have to see this through now. And I just kind of wandered around. I don't even remember really how I figured shit out. I think it was just trial and error, like running around, pressing the button enough, finding out what I was supposed to do. And I think I was playing it on easy too, because I was a little pussy. So that certainly helped. And once I got to the ending where she like transforms and you have to kill Maria, you know, for the final time, and the credits played and I got the leave ending, I listened to the whole letter and I got the leave ending. And that is one of those moments that I've talked about. Like I talked about last week's episode, you know, letting a bunch of friends experience that. And having that experience with a group of friends was very impactful. But there's no time like the first one. You know, being a 10-year-old sitting there and seeing this and hearing it, hearing the voice acting and the music and everything culminates and comes together at the end with that building ambience as he slowly walks away in the foggy cemetery. And then the credits roll and you hear Promise playing. I was just staring at the screen, fucking zombified. I didn't know. I didn't move for like a solid half an hour. I just let the credits play and then the stat screen with Pianissimo Epilogue comes up. This song here. This song. I just sat at the stat screen with this song playing for almost half an hour, just sitting there like, holy shit. Like, it was just such an incredibly impactful experience that I still think about to this day. And I was so young at the time that, like, you know, you guys know how it is. Like, you're still scared by things then. You're still impacted by things. Nowadays, I'm much older. I'm not impressed by anything too much, I'll be honest. It takes an astronomical amount of something to actually scare me nowadays. It's very difficult to do that, and because I've just immersed myself in horror because of Silent Hill 2. It really was like the catalyst that got me started. But that moment to me, I still remember sitting in my upstairs bedroom, finishing that for the first time. The room was like ice cold. I had my AC blasting, and it was like 3 a.m. Everybody else was asleep. And I just will never forget that. You know, that's one of those things that I will just never forget. It was so impactful. And of course, immediately my first thought was, I need to play Silent Hill 3 now. You know, I've got to find out what happens in Silent Hill 3. I knew you played as a girl, and I was like, I wasn't, you know, taken aback, but I didn't care. I just wanted more of this. And I thought to myself, you know, there's got to be so many other games like this out there. Well, as I got older and older, I realized that there really weren't. And it was like one of a kind, and it's still considered one of a kind. But Silent Hill 3 actually turned out to be my favorite. I played it on my dad's computer when he was, because at the time he actually owned a car repair shop. He focused on fuel injections and transmission work. So when he was over in his garage working on cars, I was allowed to play Silent Hill 3 on his PC. So I played it on his computer. I beat it in like a week. You know, it was like every day I would make it, you know, through the first big segment. Like, it took me a couple days to get through the mall, and then the subway took forever because it's like a maze. But then when I beat it, you know, I had that same feeling at the end. You know, the credits were rolling. It was super impactful. Again, I was, you know, getting closer to 11 at this point. This was like November 2004 we're talking about. And Silent Hill 4 was a little bit different of an experience because that game is a lot more of a chore to get through. But we did have it on the original Xbox. I had this super shitty Mad Catz like green see-through controller that took like 4 AAA batteries, by the way. What the fuck, Mad Catz? But anyways, yeah, I had one of those, and I remember playing Silent Hill 4 on it for the first time. Dude, it took me and my brother like 5 months to beat that game because it is just so unclear where the fuck you're supposed to go sometimes and what you're supposed to do. We got lost in the water prison first time around because we just could not find the right hole to jump down. It took us so fucking long just to get through the first half of the game, dude. So we spent a whole summer and then some trying to beat that shit. But once we did, I immediately had a feeling of like, I don't know, like this isn't the same feeling that really gripped me from 2 and 3, you know? And then when I got way older, I finally bought, when I was like 17 or 18, I bought Silent Hill 1 on the PS3 downloadable store. And I played through that for the first time, and that gave me the same feeling. When I finished that game and I heard Tears of playing, which I cannot play because copyright always gets that song, that one got me. And I had that same feeling that I got with 2 and 3. That's why I hold 2 and 3 in such high regard compared to any other horror game ever made, because they have something about the way that they construct their endings and the way that they craft their story and atmosphere, sound design, everything, that is just leaps and bounds over most, if not everything else in the horror genre. They really do. Yeah, there is a Silent Hill show. It's called Silent Hill Ascension. It's a dog shit mobile game. It's like an interactive mobile story. And then Silent Hill 2's movie. Silent Hill 2's movie is going to be coming out. We don't know anything about it, but it's apparently in pre-production right now. No, Kendo, 100%. Around a couple summers later, I played Fatal Frame 2 for the first time, and I loved it, but it just, you know, Fatal Frame 2 is like an 8, whereas Silent Hill 2 is like a 9.8. You know what I mean? And Silent Hill 3 is like a 9.9 to me personally. I think Silent Hill 3 is the best of the first 4. But Fatal Frame 1, 2, and 3 are all 3 up there. They're amazing games, and they deserve just as much praise. For how their stories and atmosphere, sound design are all crafted. They're amazing. I would say Fatal Frame and Silent Hill and Resident Evil were all cut above everything else that was trying at the time. So, with all that in mind, whenever Twitch first came around, of course, the first game that I had in mind to stream was Silent Hill, because I wanted other people to experience what I had experienced as a fucking lonely 10-year-old kid sitting in my fucking upstairs bedroom in an ice cold room at 3 a.m, finishing Silent Hill 2. And you know what? And I'm not saying this to be cliche. I know a lot of people love to use hyperbole, and a lot of people love to glaze and just, go way too in depth about, oh, it's just like I remember. But no, it is legitimately every single time I finish Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition on this stream and I get to that screen, that stat screen, I hear Pianissimo Epilogue, it takes me straight back there. It's a very emotional thing for me. I was very antisocial at the time. I couldn't be more opposite now, and I'm very thankful for that. But, finishing it just takes me back. Takes me back to that day and how impactful that was. It never has really lost its impact, finishing that game. It doesn't matter too much what ending I get, but just getting to that screen, and every time I get there, I just have to take a second. Every time I get there, I just take a second to like soak it all in again. And, there's very few things in life, especially when it comes to entertainment, that are exactly as good as you remember them. A lot of times I'll go back and I'll play a game from my childhood that I just loved. And I'm like, man, this is so shitty. Like, why did I think this was so good? These graphics aren't as good as I remember. But Silent Hill 2 is not like that, man. Even on the PS2 version, when I go back and I play that, I think, no, this is exactly as good as I remember. This still sounds amazing. This still looks great. Yeah, and it's just one of those games that has had a continual impact on not just me, but tens of thousands of other people. I mean, consider the fact that the subreddit for Silent Hill is still so active, and they were even in the 10-year gap when Silent Hill as a franchise was completely dead. That subreddit was more than active. People still theorizing about these games from 10, 15 years ago. And the reason is because it just had something that other horror games and other psychological thriller games in the medium just didn't have. It was relatable. It had a very well-written script. It was paced incredibly well. The story was, executed to perfection. Sound design and soundtrack. I mean, I still listen to the soundtrack every single night that I stream, and I'm not tired of it yet. I don't think I'll ever be tired of it. So, people always ask me, why Silent Hill? Well, the TLDR, outside of that massive speech that I just gave, they've been extremely impactful and meaningful in my life since I was not even a preteen. And my adoration and obsession with them has never gone away. I find a lot more satisfaction now in sharing them with people. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I find a lot more enjoyment now in sharing them with people for the first time. That's one of my favorite things to do. Especially when I see people, genuinely getting into it and like, oh my God, I didn't expect that. Or, wow, I thought that, like I talked about, one of my viewers, Wrong Panda, said, I thought horror games were just like shooting monsters and having melee fights with monsters. I didn't realize they could be this story driven and like well written and all these different things. And I love seeing people get into it and understand and really letting it click for them for the first time. That's one of the most satisfying things about streaming these games over and over. And it's part of the reason why I never get tired of it. I really, really don't see there ever being a time that I ever get tired of streaming Silent Hill 1, 2, or 3. 4, I love 4, but I would have to give it like an 8. The story of 4 is awesome, but there are parts where I'm just like, oh my God, can this just be over already? Especially once you get Eileen. But 1, 2, and 3, I love them from start to finish, and I always will. Whoa, that was a crazy sound. And honestly, I feel the same way about Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. Those games will always be good and always be fun to me, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of them. And you know what? I'm not too prideful. I'll admit it. At the end of my Silent Hill marathons, Dave was there for the very first one. I want to say big shout outs to Dave, by the way. Because, a lot of times people online, they like to gas you up and they like to be fake about things. Dave has always been a straight shooter with me. And he's always just been really nice and supportive of my content. And, there was a I don't want to say dark period. It wasn't really dark, but after October last year finished, I was really burnt out, like probably the worst burnout that I've ever experienced as far as streaming. And I genuinely had a couple of nights where I was talking to Bridget. I was like, I don't know if I can come back and keep doing this. And Dave sent me a really nice message in that time that was like, you know, take your time, but can't wait for you to come back. Like, really love your content. It's something that I watch all the time. And I still, you know, sometimes we'll look back at that message and think, you know what, that's why I need to keep doing this, because what I'm putting out there, people are genuinely enjoying and having a great time watching. And it's meaningful. It doesn't matter how many people it's meaningful to. If it's only meaningful to one person, it's still worth it to do in my mind, you know? So another reason why I want to shout out Dave is because my very first Silent Hill marathon that I ever did, this motherfucker brought his coffee pot into his room specifically so he could watch the whole marathon. Like he was prepared and ready to watch the whole thing. Now, he did eventually fall asleep, but I appreciate that gesture. He woke up in like the middle of Silent Hill 4 and watched all the way to the ending. That was my first stream, I think, that went longer than 22 hours that I had done since like 2013. And man, what a great stream that was. When I shut the stream down after those October finales, the feeling I get, coffee failed me. It's indescribable. Dr. Red, you did this November of last year, and I bet you felt the same. When you end the stream for the last time and you've streamed 31 straight days, you've done like 180 hours in 1 month. When I shut the stream down, I just sat back and I just let out a breath, and I was like, oh my God, it's over. But at the same time, I felt so accomplished because I had put so many hours in, and I just sat back in my chair and I thought, holy shit, it just was such a great feeling. You know, yeah, it's numb. I was like numbing, dude. It was like a fucking, like my arms were fucking just tingling, man. I know that's a weird thing to say, but it's like, God, it just, if something is easy to do, it's not worth doing. Waking up after like 2 hours of sleep, working full time in IT, squeezing in a really short nap after work, going live for 4 hours, and then again, repeat the cycle, barely being able to sleep at night, you know, forcing in a nap on lunch, having to work full time in IT, picking up shifts in IT even, and streaming 4 hours a night, doing that 31 straight days. Oh my God, it takes a toll, you guys. I was fucking so exhausted during some of those streams. I was seeing double. I was like seeing blurry vision during some of those streams. I was so exhausted. But I just keep that tunnel vision. I'm like, okay, we're on day 15. Just keep it going. Day in, day out. Just keep it going. And when I finish the final day of October, it's kind of bittersweet because I do feel kind of sad that it's over, but I'm also so relieved that I was able to do it, you know? So, you know, I will be doing it again this year just because I want that feeling again. And I'm going to be doing carnivore all year, so my energy level should be much higher this time around. I'm also going to construct a lot of my requested off time so that I get like 4-day weekends 2 or 3 times in October to make life easier. I'm going to go about this a smart way this year. I'm going to make sure I have vacation time to do it. So I just want to say, you know, to anybody that has ever gotten anything out of this, anybody that's ever appreciated it or enjoyed it or just had a fun time chatting in the stream or just lurking. You know, lurking is a massive sign of respect. I remember having a good conversation with you about overdoing things and getting obsessive. I never plan to shoot for no hour goal like that again. Next time I'll just stream healthily and use the time to show games I love and new games to learn to love. Exactly. You know, we were, I think me and you both had this phase where we were just like, we just want to do an absurd amount of hours just to say that we did it. But the problem is you lost sight of what streaming is about. You're supposed to be having fun. Is this not supposed to be fun? And if it's not fun, why are you doing it? Why are you putting yourself through this just so you can make a number higher, you know? And Doc, you're right there, man. Like all the regs, Dr. Red, Kendo, Dave, Brent said he lurks all the time. I'd consider him a reg too. He's a good dude. Even though he beats my ass in Street Fighter 4, and I'll never forgive the fact that he embarrassed me live on stream. Just kidding. Just kidding. This dude like traveled all over the US playing Street Fighter 4. He's a beast. Anyways, good dude. I've talked with him many times. yeah, anybody that's ever gotten anything out of this. Like, there's so many people, Cowardly, Exeter, like there's just so many people for me to shout out. It would take forever, but you know, anybody that's ever gotten anything out of this and just enjoyed it and told me that, you know, you appreciated what I was doing, or you just enjoy lurking while you like do housework or get work done or get shit done. I can't thank you guys enough, because, you know, this has been such a healthy outlet for me over the past few years. It's been a really healthy outlet for me. You know, sometimes I get a little bit obsessed and I go live way too often, and you know, Bridget kind of jumps down my throat understandably for that, but she's very understanding. And, yeah, she's very, very understanding and is very supportive. And I think having a significant other who is supportive, having a girlfriend who is supportive of what I do is so crucial. Because if she wasn't, or if she was like constantly telling me that, no, you can't stream tonight, we need to go do something, or this, that, and the other, then it would be a lot harder for me to do the type of hours that I do. But love your channel, bro, and the horror streams. Always have it on while I work or play ranked. I appreciate that, man. And see, you know, I don't even need people to give me that feedback, because I see people lurking all the time. I'm like, damn, you guys lurk so frequently. And that alone is like a huge compliment. I take lurking as a massive compliment, because if there's a stream that you just want to put on in the background while you do other shit, that means you really like the way that stream sounds, the vibe of it. If it's got like an ASMR, you know, relaxing quality to it, that type of thing. I agree. As much as I love fighting games and I love Street Fighter 4, horror is just the start of it all for me. It was the start of my obsession with video games. It was the start of my understanding that they could be more impactful than movies or books or any other form of entertainment. And Silent Hill 2 was the catalyst for all that. So, yeah. But yeah, that's really all I've got for tonight, you guys. And again, I just want to say I appreciate everybody that's come out and supported these episodes. They've been a blast. I've reached out to a couple more people. I mean, heck, we got 3 people tonight: Exeter, Brent, and there's a couple other people that I kind of want to keep secret because they'd be really fun guests to have on, and I don't want to say too much about that. But I've been shooting some DMs out there on Discord, let me tell you that. So next Wednesday, we may potentially have another guest on. And I'm just looking forward to creating more great content. Now that I have my diet in place, my energy levels are where they need to be, I can put out more well-edited YouTube content. Maybe scale back the streams to 3 times a week, but we'll figure that out. There will still be a healthy amount of streams. Don't worry about that. That'll never not be a thing. And yeah, so YouTube gang, if you're here, YouTube gang, rise up. Once I upload this on YouTube, I appreciate everybody that's been watching those and giving me good feedback about those as well. But with that being said, you guys have a great rest of the night, and we'll be back next Wednesday. Goodbye. Okay. Episode is over, and holy fuck, I need 2 things. I'm not ending the stream. Thank you, Dr. Red. I'm not ending the stream, but I do need some coffee, a little bit more, and because I'm getting a little bit of a headache, I need to take an ibuprofen with some coffee to speed that up, and I got to start chugging this water, because holy fuck, my throat is like getting sore from all the talking. But yeah, the stream is not over. We're still going to play something tonight. No, you would know it's over if I turned on the echo. If I turned on the echo and started putting on the end screen, you'd know it was over. So give me just a sec, you guys. We may play Zone of the Enders tonight, actually. But yeah, let me chug some water. Let me pour myself a little bit more coffee, get an ibuprofen, and let's play something. We're nowhere near done tonight. All right, sorry about that, guys. We're back. Man, that was a fun episode, man. That was a great episode. I hope you guys enjoyed that, because I really did. I'm probably gonna have no voice tomorrow, but that's okay. I knew what I was in for. Man, that was such a great episode. Let's play Zone of the Enders HD for the first time. No Voice Gang also making pork chops. Been playing through Revelations 1 again. That game is not a 10. Wasn't that originally on 3DS or some shit? It was so random. Zone of the Enders. I've never played either of these games, by the way. I'd like to point that out. Well, let's fire up the PS2 and let's play it. I need to pop the disc in though, because I've got the physical copy. Sec. Episodic release RE game makes no sense. Yeah. Let me also turn alerts back on so you guys can do your sound redeems and stuff. All right, alerts are back on so you guys can sound redeem to your heart's content. Now, is this a game that I should use the PS2 controller with an adapter? Or should I use the DualShock 3 straight up? I'll try the adapter first. If it gives me any issues, I'll switch. You never heard of Zone of the Enders? Isn't this a Kojima game? Or at least a Konami game? Oh, the sound's not working. There we go. Oh yeah, it had the Metal Gear Rising demo on it. I forgot about that. Produced by Kojima. Okay. Kojimbo had something to do with. Oh, of course, there is an update. Does this game have Japanese voice acting? Oh my god, 594 megs. We're going to be here all day. All right, well, I guess we're going back to full face cam for a sec. God, 594 megabytes? Dude, that's going to take so fucking long. Well, guys, what do we watch in the meantime? Do we watch the Dark Age? Let's watch the Dark Age of Xbox. One of my favorite YouTube videos ever. I'm Han Solo, solo. Connect the Dark Age of Xbox. This is a fucking masterpiece of a video, dude. Alright, here we go. The masterpiece cometh once again.
We started with a sensor that turned voice and movement into magic.
Xbox. Play.
And we thought, this will be fun to play with. And it was. But something amazing is happening. The world is starting to imagine things we hadn't even thought of.
Dear God. I can't even believe this is real. By the way, did you see the little disclaimer picture down there? Depictions are visionary. Ooh. They weren't even like early footage of things that they had actually made. It was literally just visionary, meaning somebody imagined it and thought it would be cool.
Unexpected things. Helpful things.
My God. A surgeon's using it? Sure, bud.
Beautiful things. Inspired things.
iToy version 2.0, true.
Which is why, even though the world keeps asking us what we'll do with Connect next, we're just as excited to ask the world the same thing.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
That was like the reveal trailer, by the way.
They just like to play games with controller in their hand.
Today we're introducing a new Xbox One without Kinect for $399.
But here's the problem. For far too many people, the controller is a barrier separating video game players from everyone else.
Please explain to me for who the video game controller is a barrier. I've never met such a person in my entire... Who is it a barrier for? What? Who came up with this pitch? This is awful.
The controller is a barrier separating video game players from everyone else. Can we go beyond the controller? Can we make you the controller? We can.
Yes, I know if you're going to talk literally, yes, there are people that have disabilities, like they're paralyzed, for example, and they would need like an accessibility controller. But he's not referring to that. He's referring to literally the average person, the controller, looking at a controller, someone like gets confused and they're like, oh, there's too many buttons and too many things. This is too complicated for me. Yeah, like that's not the point he was making. And they literally say later, that thing in our hands that's got more and more complicated and more buttons actually has been the biggest barrier. Please. It's not a fucking barrier. They're all simple and easy to understand. They're referring to the average person there. My God.
But how much of this stuff is real?
Scam.
I know, his fucking face right here, dude. What the fuck? That needs to be an emote.
But how much of this stuff is real?
Scam.
The elation. He is feeling the force right now.
I was thinking today you should let me beat you at football again. That is if you finished your homework. You have finished your school project.
What happened there is that Claire knew Milo so well, she knew when he was worried about something.
Lift off!
This, by the way, if anybody doesn't know what this is, I'm pretty sure the game itself was called Milo, and it was supposed to be like this interactive thing where you could interact with this kid and like, you know, it was basically supposed to be like some revolutionary thing where you interact with an AI character and like they learn your habits, you learn his habits. But it turned out that this was all a complete lie and bullshit that was made as a tech demo and nothing else.
Goggles?
Claire has been thrown a pair of goggles. Notice what she did. This wasn't acted. She felt
Yes,
the
it
need
was.
to reach down for those goggles. Now, everybody, every single person that has experienced this reaches down.
We've given Project Natal a name. Connect for Xbox 360. It is unlike anything you've ever experienced before. Out of the block.
Blatant Wii ripoff. Fucking blatant.
That can't be done in any other medium or on any other console.
They even look like the Miis. Like they look a lot like Miis.
While providing core gamers a level of control they never dreamed possible.
This is so cool.
Core gamers, by the way.
No matter what your age or gaming ability, you could instantly jump in and have fun.
Hey, what's up? Dude, Medicine Man. How you doing, man? Long time no see. How you doing, Medicine Man? We miss you around these parts, dude. Oh no, Captain Hook. I bought a Kinect for Just Dance, nothing else, just because I'm a fan of harmonics, and I wasn't even that impressed by that. Just got back from an overseas getaway. How was it, man? That sounds fucking awesome. I'd love to travel. A bunch of people I work with are like traveling to Japan now. I'd love to do that soon.
Look at those mermaids.
Jet lagged. Yeah.
Oh no, Captain Hook.
We're waiting for Zone of the Enders HD to install a big patch. Oh, it's actually almost done. But yeah, as we're waiting for this, we are watching this Connect the Dark Age of Xbox video. It's one of my favorite videos of all time. Oh my God.
Just be yourself and do what comes naturally.
Yeah, you like that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, Skittles.
Dude, people were so confused by this.
Okay, Skittles. Okay, Skittles.
Your child can learn valuable life
Oh.
lessons
That's the game launching, by the way.
through the magic of Connect.
This is my favorite part. Your child can learn valuable lessons through the magic of Connect.
Okay, Skittles. Okay, Skittles.
Your child can learn valuable life lessons through the magic of Connect.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Fucking Usher. Now, there's no better way to get the people, the core gamers on your side than to bring out fucking Usher. Because Usher fans and Xbox game fans have such a crossover, right? R&B fans. This is your favorite part too, Dr.
Your
Ren?
child can learn valuable life lessons through the magic of Connect.
My god, that smack sound. Look at the fucking background dancers here too. They're going ham. They said Microsoft is paying us how much for this bullshit?
Wow. Let's once again give it up for Usher and crew. A revolutionary way to play, a new era of interactive entertainment, a new world of possibilities.
Dear God. They look like they're holding this kid hostage on the right. Look at this kid on the right. He is not having fun.
Now let's take a look at how Kinect can be used to completely redefine the kart racing genre.
Eat my sauce, y'all.
Oh, these fucking lines that they had them say are so bad too.
Tricks that you just can't get in any other kart game.
360.
Whoa, she did a 360.
The future of games and entertainment is happening now.
It's time for this kid to show off the bazooka. Hey, I'll see you in the end zone.
Dude, this still makes me cringe so bad.
412! Stand high! All right, I'm open. Come on. Get up.
It was so delayed too.
Get up. Come on. Get up. You can't stop. Come on. Here we go. Touchdown.
This is what happens when technology gets out of your way.
Look at the water. We can go anywhere. Okay.
So now check out the awesome photos of Shannon and Abby playing River Rush.
No applause whatsoever.
This is controller-free games
Dead silence.
and entertainment.
We must make it invisible.
That one.
Controller-free game.
Listen, if you really listen close, you can hear one. Woo.
And entertainment.
Right here.
We must make it invisible.
The technology invisible.
No buttons, nothing in your hands.
You don't have to hold anything. You don't have to be on anything.
Oh, yeah! Thank you. Please, sit down. Japan just won the World Cup? Yeah, baby, yeah. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you love me.
That's actually me in the virtual world, including my sweater.
The virtual world. How dumb do they think people are, dude?
Through the magic of Connect, we're changing the way that you think about fitness. I'm free to play and to interact and feel the magic of my environment.
Today, more than
Who
50
gives a
years
fuck?
after the introduction of the remote control,
Xbox Home.
it begins by giving TV a new voice. Yours.
I don't have to fumble around in the dark for the remote control. I don't
Fuck
have to
this
remember
pause.
which one is pause and which one is fast forward. It just works for me. Xbox, play music. All right. So now I can listen to Justin Bieber.
True. Yes, we're seeing this whole cycle repeat with people saying VR is the future. It's not the future for me. It just makes me fucking violently ill. So it might be the future for other people. Sure as hell ain't the future for me.
Technology is invisible, but the connection is more engaging than a phone call.
Wow, hey, that's pretty cool. It's following me.
Mm-hmm.
This is the worst conversation.
Just to boost their game.
This is the worst conversation ever. This right here.
It's following me.
Mm-hmm.
My coworkers played it just to boost their gamer score. Maybe you should do the same thing. What? My gamer score is 100% legit. Yeah, right. Okay.
Connect transforms
Oh
entertainment.
my god, what the fuck?
Connect unleashes creativity.
Let's put some earth down. Dark brown.
They're gonna lay some shit down on the screen.
Okay, so here we go. All right, so there's our elephant. Cheese. And there's our gorgeous masterpiece.
Kinect technology has an amazing ability to analyze body movement even better than the human eye.
So
as you can see, when I start making movements,
That's such a bullshit line. I swear. It's almost as bad as when they did the Xbox One reveal and they said something about the amount of time it takes individual photons to bounce off of you. And the average person is just supposed to be like, whoa, he said photons. Oh my God, dude. Throw the credit card at the screen now, dude. Whoa. And then he literally said later in that same presentation, this is rocket science level stuff. Yeah, the E3 shows were always cringy every single year.
Avatar, it instantly mimics me on screen.
Wow, it's so accurate, dude.
Lightsaber on.
Look how delayed that shit is.
Star Wars. Let me get, you know what, you gotta hold the belt so you understand what it is. Thank you. You really feel the force, like seriously. And then you go like this, and it moves around and stuff like that. Never seen nothing like that before in my life.
I wonder how much he was paid to say that.
The break with the past is clear.
Imagine the fidelity of motion when swinging a golf club in Tiger.
Oh my God, it was delayed a fucking hour.
I think what Microsoft is doing is not about reinventing the wheel. It's about no wheel at all.
Oh, you're supposed to get chill. Oh, wow. No wheel at all, dude. Oh my God. Steven Spielberg said it, so it must be true, right?
Now let's walk around towards the back.
Chill.
You can move your head around the interior or even look into the corners. Welcome to the future of racing.
The future of interactive entertainment, controller-free, had arrived.
Fucking so stupid. What were they thinking? They really thought this was the future.
Today, I'm proud to announce that all future titles in the Tom Clancy's franchise
Those
will
games
leverage
don't.
Kinect. What we are doing with Ghost Recon and Kinect is something that a gamer cannot do with a normal controller.
I'm proud to announce that 4 EA Sports titles will feature Kinect support in 2012.
I'm pleased to announce that Mass Effect 3 will also support Kinect, taking that immersion to an even higher level through voice recognition.
He's so nervous, this guy.
I don't need her trust.
Okay, first of all, why is this guy in this shot, why is he wearing like a child-sized shirt? This is the tiniest shirt I've ever seen a grown man wear in my entire life.
Recognition.
I don't need her trust.
I'm Commander Shepard, Alliance Navy.
Are you here to kill me?
Of course not.
We're here to take
How is that immersive?
Playing Mass Effect 3 with the Kinect is phenomenal.
It will completely change how you view gaming, honestly.
We are a stasis. We are a singularity. We are a warp.
It blew my mind. It's not, I would buy a Kinect literally
Tyler.
to play Mass Effect 3.
Madden NFL and
Fucking Tyler.
will become better with Kinect. And if you make a poor choice of words, you'll be sure to hear about it.
This was a launch Xbox One game. Rise.
Everyone knows we started out and it's supposed to be a Kinect title and all that, but you reach a point where you're teaching people how to swing a sword and not play a game, you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, we had to make the decision, is this the game we want to make?
That thing in our hands,
This bullshit here.
that thing that's evolved in our hands and got more and more complex and got more and more buttons, actually has been the biggest barrier to what we want to create.
The big fin and a smiley face. There we go. What do you think?
Look at what just happened.
Orange.
Claire drew a picture on a piece of paper. The piece of paper was held up to Milo. Natal recognized the piece of paper, scanned the piece of paper in. Milo looked at that piece of paper, recognized the shape, recognized the color, and able
God, this guy is so full of shit.
This is true technology that science fiction has not even written about. And this works today.
I'm sure you agree it's pretty revolutionary. I hope you agree this is a landmark in computer entertainment. What designers and what this industry does with Natal will change the landscape of games that we play.
Peter Molyneux, creator of the Fable series, has said that he thinks that the Kinect is an unnecessary add-on. Molyneux, in an interview with Edge, said, "I actually wish
The
Kinect
money ran
wasn't
out.
a requirement. It feels more and more like a joke."
With the power of Xbox, the simplicity of Kinect, and the intelligence of Bing, Xbox 360 will change living room entertainment
Bing,
forever.
he said.
And this is only the beginning. This is it, Xbox One.
We're bringing a new Kinect sensor paired with every Xbox One. Kinect is completely redesigned. Our new proprietary time of flight measures the time about
Here it
13
goes.
billionths of a second that it takes individual photons to bounce off of you to create unprecedented accuracy and precision. This is rocket science level stuff.
Thank you all for joining us today. At Xbox, we're ushering in a new golden age of entertainment.
By the way, Don Matrick was fired because of how poorly the Xbox One launch was handled, and he became the CEO of like Zynga after that. The company that makes like those mobile games like Words with Friends and shit. Oh my god, those fucking I am the controller shirts are so cringy too. Oh my god. I swear this is like a social experiment. I don't know how they got away with making everybody flail their arms in front of the Xbox like this, but they did. It sold well when it first came out. Amazingly well, actually. The workers that look like they've lost they've lost all sense of life, dude. They hate everything. Don Matrick was here for this release too. You see him in a second. There he is. Fucking dancing.
The Xbox One will always come with Kinect, according to Microsoft's Phil Harrison. Harrison said, Xbox One is Kinect.
By the way, this guy is known as the Harbinger of Doom because he's been with every company that had their shittiest press conference ever. He was with Sony during their enormously tragic E3 2006 presentation with like the giant enemy crab and the Ridge Racer bullshit. He was with Sony during that. He was with Xbox during the disastrous Xbox One reveal. And he was with Google during the disastrous Google Stadia reveal. This guy, everywhere he goes, the companies just seem to have the worst press conference of their life, wherever he goes.
They are not separate systems.
The Kinect just can't catch a break. You see, Microsoft has revealed that Kinect gestures won't work in the new Xbox One experience because barely anyone uses them now.
Now I'm feeling how I should. Join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so flat, time I spread my wings.
Is that Macklemore? That's Macklemore. What the fuck? I never noticed that.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
A lot of people theorize that this is what actually got him fired. The backlash and the negative press he received for saying this, he was fired like the Monday after this happened. I'm not even kidding. He either stepped down or was fired the Monday after he said this. Everybody was complaining about always online, and his response was, fortunately, we have a product for people who don't have some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Stick with 360. That's your message. If you don't,
Well,
you don't like it.
if you have zero access to the internet, that is an offline device.
Yikes.
Kinect will change living room entertainment forever.
Oh, that was such a yikes thing for him to say, though. Holy shit. Okay. We gotta watch this intro. Oh my god, it's loud. A new era of online entertainment starts now. Yeah, how about no? A new fucking era? What are you even talking about? Is there not an intro video? There we go. I was starting to say, like, I thought it was supposed to play. All right, let's see how anime this really is. Kojima Productions, let's go. High Voltage Software. I'm clenched excited for this. I've wanted to play these for a long time. We have our classic black DualShock 2 ready to go. It's gonna be like Evangelion, dude. Anime. Is that our main character? He looks like it. Damn, this is insanely good animation. It's like Ryu. Puts on a headband for the first time. It's like Ryu, dude. Poggies. Vic Viper? That name is way too cool. That's who you were talking about, Kendo. J-U-T. J-U-T. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I'm very happy. Questionable. Questionable. Completely in the nude. Put a damn shirt on, dude. Oh, the strings? Let's go. Dude, this video is way longer than I expected. He looks like a bad guy. Oh, really? So this is straight up Kojima production then. High-speed robot action. That was a crazy intro video. Holy shit. Well, you know we gotta start with Zone of the Enders 1. This is apparently a short game, right? Yeah, Kojimbo produced this. Yoji Shinkawa did the character design, I assume, or he did a lot of the art, so I'm expecting good things. Those two never miss. The first one is very short. Cool. Wasn't it mainly just made like so people could get the MGS2 tanker demo? Or am I just making that up? It was made as like something Konami could release that had that demo on it. Now this is more PS2 looking. That intro was crazy. Hell yeah, PS2 mech battles, dude. I'm excited for this. Okay, I want to play. Enough of these intros. I want to play the video game. Hard or very hard? Nausea warning to others? Yeah, this game probably has a lot of motion in it. For a first play, let's do normal. Just for a first play, and if I get used to it and I think I can do a harder one, then we'll do that. Whoa. So laggy. Dragon Ball Z, Poggies. It literally sounds like Dragon Ball Z too. Jupiter Space Colony Antilia.
Calling all orbital frames. Our mission this time is to secure these 2 new frames or to destroy them. To complete this mission, you are expected to make whatever sacrifices are necessary.
Even if it costs us the colony.
I'm disappointed there's no Japanese voice pack in this.
And I will secure target Alpha after we enter through the colony shaft. You go in through the skylight with Slash and Night Ray.
I'll carry out diversionary tactics.
After that, you will confirm target Bravo is secured.
Roger.
Viola,
Yes, sir.
don't let your personal feelings intrude. Over and
Why is she speaking in such a seductive voice?
It's time to play.
And still, why is she speaking in such a seductive voice, dude? Man, PS2 really is the GOAT. These games are still so enjoyable and fun. And I love that there's so many HD collections on PS3. It is literally Shinji. He looks a lot like him too. Which, by the way, I've never seen Evangelion. I just know who Shinji is, the main character. The wimpy kid.
It's all Leo's fault. He made us come here. No. You have such good friends, don't you, boy of Enders? Now, what will you do? Will you escape all by yourself? Or will you punch me out to save your friends? I guess you have to suffer. If they're wrong, at least they will be able to tease you.
Oh my god, corpses. Graphic. This is what a lot of early PS2 looked like. It kind of looked like just slightly more advanced versions of the CG cutscenes on PS1. Let me end that thing, dude. I'll have it solved in 5 seconds. Oh my god, all of his friends got murdered. Well, revenge tour time. Fucking revenge tour. Deserved? What did they do? Oh my god, that is blood. Or maybe it's oil or something from the mech.
I've taken control of Sector 03 by driving away the flies that scourge our Earth. Still no reaction from Target Bravo.
I've managed to get
Dude, this music is crazy good.
Don't forget, Viola. If the target is still alive, you are to withdraw.
No, I'll just destroy it.
Don't underestimate them, or you'll end up dead.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Come on, dude. Get on your revenge tour. We're going ham. Oh, hell yeah. We're going to town. I need this soundtrack. Reminds me a little bit of the digital music from MGS2. Like the VR mission stuff. It's over.
Good morning. Ready for combat operation.
Hell yeah, let's go. It's so smooth. 60 flips. Looks just like an Ava, dude. Of course it's Ada, not Ava. Oh, look at this pissant. All he has is a spine. We're gonna fuck this dude up. Oh. Okay, square to shoot. No tutorial. R1 for some kind of shield. R2 for some kind of dash. Oh, never mind. It's a spirit bomb, dude. Oh my god.
Did I win? I have confirmed that the target has ceased all functions. You are correct. You did win. Who are you? I am Ada, the advanced battle computer of this Jehuti. I detect that you are not the frame runner who was scheduled to pilot the orbital frame.
No, I'm not. I just ran in here while trying to escape. Whoa!
I have detected several targets exterior to the hangar, unable to confirm the exact number from this position.
Ada!
In the direction of the arrow.
How do I do that?
Do you want me to explain how to manipulate?
Please.
Please.
Roger.
Yeah, please. I'm glad he said it for me, because I was going to be highly confused.
I will begin explaining move. Move forward, backwards, right and left using the left stick. The triangle button is to rise
Okay.
or ascend.
And then X would, yeah, okay.
To descend.
That helps a lot already.
The method of attack differs depending on the distance from the enemy. This is close range condition. This is long range condition. That
Dude, this
all
is
for
so
the
cool.
explanation of move.
Easy. Dash.
I will begin explaining dash and burst. You will begin to dash if you press the R2 button while moving.
Okay.
It is useful when you want to move rapidly and dodge an enemy attack. If you are not moving, you can begin a burst by pressing the R2
That's what I did.
I will explain how to use burst later. That is all for the explanation of dash.
Normal attack.
I will begin explaining normal attack. When the target is distant, press the square button, which will fire a shot. In close range conditions, you will initiate a slashing attack by
Ooh,
pressing the square
sick.
button. That is all for the explanation of.
Easy. Okay. Dash attack.
I will begin explaining dash attack. While dashing in a distant condition, press the square button to fire a dash shot.
Oh, dude, this is so cool. This is going to allow for a lot of different ways to do fights.
Press the square button to initiate a dash slash.
Oh my god, this is sick.
That is all for the explanation of dash attack.
Yeah, dude. Why did we get the best mecha right off the rip here?
I will begin explaining burst attack. While
Busted.
bursting in a distant condition, press the square button to fire a burst shot. While bursting in a close condition, press the square button to initiate a burst slash.
Seems pretty simple so far.
That is all for the. I will begin explaining guard. Press the R1 button to assume a guard condition, which will protect you from enemy attack. Remember, you cannot protect yourself from a burst attack and throw attack. That is all for the explanation.
Grab and throw. Nice.
I will begin explaining.
It's like Street Fighter, dude. Nage.
If you are close to an enemy, you can grab the enemy by pressing the circle button.
Force choke.
If you are holding the enemy, you can choose which direction to throw him by using the left stick. When you release the circle button, the enemy will be thrown. That is all.
Okay. Seems pretty simple, dude. I wanted to try these. All right, easy.
This is the end of the training session.
Whoa, look at that little line. That was on my screen too. There's a little line of shit.
To go out now. Let us get the Metatron ore from the nearest item box.
Metatron? What is...
It is an essential element of Jehuti. It is needed to automatically repair the body. Before going out, you must first get the Metatron ore.
The seal of Metatron?
We have obtained the Metatron ore. Completed automatic repairs to the body. Now, following the arrow
Love this
as
music.
indicated, move outside.
Oh, look at that. Look at that waypoint. Oh, sick. Dude, this is so cool. Easy controls, too. R2 and then triangle and X do all the ascension and descension. Easy to move around. The Begatrod. Yeah. Oh, this is so PS2. I love it. We got a couple of big boys. Little piss ants. I was trying to guard.
We have shot down the enemy. Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Ooh, let's go. That's sick, dude. Oh, different ones now. Oh my god, this is so sick. Why have I never played these before? These are awesome, dude. Let's go. Spirit bomb.
We have shot down the enemy. I have detected
So cool.
orbital frame in front of our position.
Hey, it's that Viola chick. Oh no, it's different.
Previously experienced. Please be careful.
It is.
I found you. Get ready. What? The runner is a child?
Oh, this is so cool, man. Holy shit. Oh, got her.
Damn, I was too careless.
That's right, bitch.
What? Are you crazy? It's just a kid. I can take care of him even without weapons.
I repeat, evacuate now. You have other things to do, don't you?
The dude pretending to be a Jedi. It's awesome, man.
Embarrassed me this time, so look forward to the next time.
Yeah, why?
Again, boy.
Dude, imagine a modern day version of this on like PS5. This could be so fucking cool.
can detect no sign of vital activity.
People say the second one is even more fun.
Everyone is dead?
That is correct. Good work, sir.
You killed a bunch of people. Congratulations. You're a murderer.
All units, report your current status.
Slash here. I've arrived at Sector 03, and I'll start destroying the nearby buildings.
This is Night Raid. I've also arrived at Sector 05. Should I just wait here?
Yeah, that's correct. Viola, report your current status.
No need for that. You know what happened.
Yeah, you got fucking embarrassed. Live on stream, that's what happened. Viola. Absolutely embarrassed. You should be ashamed of yourself, Viola. Yeah, of course they had to give the mech titties. Tig old biddies. Yeah, I have the coolest one. Easy, motherfuckers. Let's go. Dude, I can't wait to get into some of the tougher fights. That was so cool. The momentum you have spinning around.
A level of -8. Your combat operation will suffer substantially at this level. I advise you to take some medication to stabilize your condition. I repeat, your mental condition is declining. The message is being received from a commercial broadcast. I shall patch it through.
This is Atlantis. Whoever is aboard Jehuti, can you read me? The unidentified person aboard Jehuti, do you read me? I can understand how you must feel. Listen to me, boy. I saw everything you did on my monitor. I also know that you're just a juvenile civilian, and you've done all of this.
Yeah, my friends are all dead.
But I didn't have any other choice. I was so scared. I couldn't help it.
I'm not accusing you of anything. You proved you can operate the system. Listen, I must ask you to do something for us. Can you deliver that orbital frame to our base?
What?
We are a civilian transportation company, and we've been asked to carry that orbital frame, Jehuti, to Mars. Didn't you see any of our people in the vicinity of Jehuti?
I don't know.
Alan must have been there. He's the frame runner we sent there.
I said I don't know, didn't I? By the time I got there, everyone was dead.
I see. He was supposed to operate that frame. Now we need your help. I know
Poor
you can
Alan.
do it. Please.
Dead as
help
fuck.
us. Of course, I'm talking business. We'll pay you for your troubles. Enough to allow you to live anywhere. Earth, Mars, anywhere at all. Please.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, come on, kid.
No, you listen. I could get attacked again. And who the hell are you anyways? Why do you want this machine so much?
You fought well. We're just asking for a little more of your help. Please.
I suppose you want me to kill again.
Well,
I want nothing more to do
True.
with any of you. Go kill or whatever you want. Just leave me out of it. I've got to be going.
Then a lot more people will die.
What?
Everybody will die. Your friends, your family, every single one of them.
Manipulation tactic.
We can't let them get a hold of Jehuti. If they do, it will be the end of this colony. No, it may be the end of civilization as we know it. You must. Please, help us.
Not my friends who are already dead.
You say I can, but how? I can't drive this thing.
Yes, you can. I saw you do it, and I know you can do it again. Please, help us.
All right. I'll do it just this one time, but that's all I'll do.
Okay, that's all we ask.
All right. if
Gonna
you
need a
say
fat
so.
stack of money.
Thank you.
But I want you to remember one thing. I will never help you kill anybody. Maybe killing is all right for you people, but it's not with me.
I understand. So, we have a business deal. The person in charge is headed to you right now. I can't get through to him, but I'll let you know as soon as I do. Oh, what's your name?
Leo.
Leo and Ada, yeah, definitely a coincidence.
Elena Weinberg, second in charge of Atlantis. Just call me Elena.
I can really trust you, can't I?
No.
Well, we don't kill indiscriminately, as you seem to think. Okay, I'll see you later.
Fucking healing. Yeah, dude, sometimes you need that extra life. God, it's tough out here.
Mission is to transport this Jehuti to Mars in preparation for a battle on Mars. First, we need to rendezvous with the civilian freighter Atlantis and leave the colony of Antilia. However, Jehuti has just had an overhaul and therefore has only minimum system capabilities. Jehuti's capabilities will depend on how many function modules we can install. First of all, we need to transplant the necessary modules from the local server in this area. Let me indicate the local server with a marker. You are to proceed to that location.
Let me move, dude. Thank you. I've been wanting to move so badly. Modular mech. Let's go. Can I put a GPS? Can I put a smartphone in it?
We have obtained the program. We have obtained the scouting mode module. It enables us to fight against more than one enemy at a time. A lock-on relay operation has been newly added. Let me bring up a window to explain its operation.
That'll probably be the left triggers because we're not using those very much right now.
I will begin explaining lock-on. If you are at a certain distance from the enemy and you press the L2 button, you will lock on to the target.
I knew it.
In the lock-on condition, you will move around the target. In lock-on condition, you can lock on to a different target by pressing the L2 button. Press the L1 button to release lock-on. That is all for the explanation of lock-on.
Okay, so just press L2 and then cycle through and then release it with L1.
I will begin explaining escape. If you want to escape from battle, you must first release lock-on. After disengaging, steer in a direction away from the
okay.
When the escape counter shows 0, it indicates you have successfully escaped. That is all for the
Okay.
I will begin explaining camera controls. When you are not in a battle condition,
Learn Gutter? Seriously?
direction indicated by the left stick.
I got a trophy for listening. Let's go.
If you release the left stick, the camera faces toward Jehuti. You can also change the direction of the camera by using the right stick. When attacking, you can aim at a certain spot by using the right stick. That is all for the
Easy.
This is the end of the training session. The module we have obtained allows us to
Is that Mars? It's gotta be Mars.
You can save the current status by choosing Save from the command menu.
New enemy.
Let's go. 4 of them this time.
Let us avoid unnecessary
Oh.
battles. There is another local server in this area. Obtain the flying mode module from it.
Ooh,
Press
flying
the
mode?
start button to view its location on the wide range radar map. The green light points to the local server.
Green light. Oh, the fuck?
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone. We will hold battle position.
Nope.
Enemy backup force is approaching
Unlock.
our location.
Run away. Run away, bitch.
We will cease battle position.
Oh, there it is.
We will hold battle position. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
Bitch.
We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone. We have shot down the enemy.
Oh my god.
We will cease
Insane.
We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Oh, that's not it. That was just ore. What is that? It said the green light. So would it be this thing over here? We're on like the opposite end.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
Let me try to avoid this.
We will hold battle position. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. Enemy backup force is approaching our location.
Oh, damn.
Knock down the enemy.
Dude, look, we're learning.
We have shot down the enemy. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Is it this? Dude, where the fuck is this thing? Okay, it's just to the left here. There it is.
We need the passcode.
You piece of shit.
What's going on? I can't get access.
I can see that. It appears the enemy has locked it. We will need to obtain the passcode to unlock it.
Where can we get it?
I assume the enemy who locked it took it with
I think
them.
one of them said level 1 pass, so we'll have to kill them. It was one of these. Yeah, level 1 passcode, that was it.
We will hold battle position.
Bitch.
Shot down the enemy.
Ooh.
Obtained the passcode. We will cease battle position.
First time I've been able to do a burst melee attack. Oh, I love how it skates on the ground when you're that close.
We have obtained the program. We have obtained the flying mode module. It allows
I'm actually starting to get the hang of combat already. It's really fun.
area change from the command menu.
Look at that shit. So thick. So thick.
No, that's
Very cool. Let's see Paul Allen's Jehuti.
I assume it is being attacked by orbital frames.
residential block S02. That's where I live.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Let's go. I'm going to town 1 and I'm gonna bust some heads. Right the fuck now. That even sounds like MGS2 sound effects a little bit.
We are entering residential block S02.
Stay away from my house, motherfuckers.
Aren't you?
Oh shit, yeah, let's go.
Father.
I detect no human activity.
He dead.
You mean everyone is dead?
That is a possibility, but it is more natural to assume the residents were previously evacuated.
Damn it.
I detect vital activity. I will zoom up on subject.
Mom?
Salvis!
Do you know this person?
Yes.
Okay, who is it? Relation to you? First I've ever heard of her. Yes, she is my future wife.
Salvis! That is you! Isn't it, Salvis? Are you alright, Salvis?
Leo. What are you doing here?
What are you doing?
Dude, these voices are so clear.
Evacuate to the shelter immediately.
But the children may still be in the church. So,
you're going to the church? That's impossible. It's suicide to even try. What? Are you crazy? There'll be no one there anyway.
Get in the co-pilot seat, dude.
you can't know for certain unless you go.
Forget about them. You can't do anything if you die too.
Well, I'm not dead yet.
Man, the rudders, bitch.
Enemy has our position and range. I have detected a second shot fired directly at us.
Dude, Kojimbo does it again. Kojimbo does it again.
I told you, didn't I?
Oh, look at this. Big boy.
You're the runner of Bravo? That frame's not a kid's toy. Get out of there now.
I'm not a kid.
Here's the proof that you still are a kid.
What?
I thought a woman would be plenty. All right, I'm your target.
Bitch.
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Come on, are you giving up?
Oh, God.
I'm gonna blow you away!
Oh, my God. I took so much damage right there.
Damage index exceeding 50%. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
I'm just gonna do it bitch mode. Stay at a distance and fire like this.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
How the hell can you say it's a new model? That was easy on you because you're a kid.
Oh, right. Yeah. What the fuck is that face, dude?
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
These things look like Metal Gear Rays a little bit. Am I crazy? Or do they not look like that?
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Shit. Damn, I can't even do that much damage when he's like that.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
Okay. I know what I can do now.
Colony damage increasing due to battle. Damage index exceeding 75%.
I died. Dude, I thought I was doing so well. Give me that shit back. I need a do-over, dude. I need a do-over. We were doing so well. I took too much stupid damage in the beginning.
No, that's...
It is residential. We are entering.
Hopefully I can skip these cutscenes. We're about to fuck this dude up. Okay, awesome. It is, man. It's awesome.
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
You're doing good. How's this?
I'm blocking, dude. He's like pulling me in.
Outer area of the battle zone. Colony damage increasing due to battle.
There we go. Oh, that's what I should have been doing. Holy shit, I'm doing so much damage now. That's what I should have been doing the whole time.
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
I underestimated you.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle.
Oh, that did a ton.
Damage index exceeding 50%.
Alright, we can take him out right here. I got him.
Colony damage increasing due to battle.
Dude, he has no HP. Okay, I started to say. Bullshit. Let's go. A silver trophy already?
Confirmed ETR reaction from the target.
Sick.
Its main generator has ceased to function.
We did it.
I detect vital activity within the target. It appears that occupants are still alive. I am releasing the lock-on cursor. Target will be destroyed.
Destroy it? Why? They can't fight anymore.
Yeah, don't kill needlessly.
Propulsion does not compute. Why not destroy it?
Why should I kill when there's no reason to?
I compute 17 clear reasons for such action. Most
The AI wants to kill.
possibility of the target gaining access to another orbital frame and returning to battle at another time and place.
Shut up! I refuse to destroy it. What's the point of attacking those who have no intention of attacking us?
Do you wish me to state the reason?
Don't bother.
I have to conclude that your reaction is extremely illogical. Illogical actions by persons without sufficient capabilities make it very difficult to fulfill the mission.
I mean, shots fired, but true.
To do this, so I should just shut up and obey orders.
That is the most sensible course.
So you say.
Target approaching limit of our range. 2 seconds remaining.
You may speak like a human, but you're still a heartless computer, aren't you?
That is correct. What is the problem?
Nothing. Forget it.
Dude, this soundtrack is fucking banging, for real. It's so good.
Several mass-produced orbital frames behind us. They are in the vicinity of the church.
What? Salvis!
Enemy with a reinforced program. Be careful.
Level 2 passcode.
This way, quickly! Come on, hurry!
Look how quick he went from soy to Giga Chad. It only took him like 2 hours. Let's go. Now he's the fucking man. He was running away crying. Now he's the fucking man.
We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Okay, that re-healed us. Sweet.
Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We will hold battle position. We are heading for the outer area of the battle zone. We have shot down the enemy. Enemy backup force is approaching our location.
Into the... Yeah, we need to slam him here. There we go.
We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the Metatron ore.
Unknown passcode. We're gonna need this.
We will hold battle position. Enemy backup force is approaching our location. Enemy backup forces are in battle position.
Okay.
We have shot down the enemy. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We have shot down the enemy.
Oh my god.
Down the enemy.
Insane. Oh, this is so anime. Holy shit.
We have shot down the enemy. We have obtained the passcode.
That was insanely anime.
We will hold battle position.
Oh my god. One-shotting like Teen Gohan in DBZ.
We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
What are we looking for exactly? I guess we're just taking out all the enemies that are around the church.
We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. Damage to the surroundings increasing due to battle. We
Boom.
have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position. We will hold battle position. We have shot down the enemy. We will cease battle position.
That's it? Or are there more? Nope, that's it. Looking for the church, I think. We got a passcode, yeah. We're looking for the church. Or not the church, just this server.
We have obtained the program.
Ooh, Javelin? What's
We have
this?
obtained the device driver for the sub-weapon. We can use it when we obtain ammunition for it.
Well, we have to get bullets now.
Obtain ammunition from the enemy or item box. To use the sub-weapon, press the circle button from a distance. It is a waste of time. We should get going.
So we have to do area change now, I think. Oh, look at that. Yeah. He's ascended. He's actually the cool kid now.
No. So, you didn't find anybody out there?
No. I'm sorry.
For what?
I shouldn't have yelled at you.
Yeah, that's right. You
I
fucked
yelled
up.
at you too. But one thing that I want you to remember. You have to take care of your own life too.
I understand.
You did manage to escape, didn't you, Father? What is it?
At present, I have no idea.
Look.
They're serious about destroying the colony.
Allow me to interrupt. I have to show you our mission orders. The aim of our current
this is
mission
cool.
is to transfer this orbital frame to Mars so it can operate there. To accomplish that mission, our prime tasks are first, to rendezvous with the civilian cargo ship the Atlantis, and then to escape from Antillia in convoy. We're in a state of battle alert, but with your lack of experience, I recommend we avoid battle as much as possible. I have visual confirmation that the colony has lost command of the air. Unfortunately, we need more detailed information about the colony. That will require returning to the area where the factory was. Once we are there, I can transplant the necessary information from the local server. After that, we will break through the enemy's control of the airspace, avoiding battle as much as possible. We are then to head to the other side of the colony and gain access to the spaceport by the transportation elevator. Do you have any questions?
I see something shining in the sky.
It appears to be some kind of energy field, but I cannot define it. That is a summary of our mission so far. Please proceed directly to the factory.
I'll do as you say.
It's like a halo ring, dude.
Here are the latest headlines. Bahram forces are still attacking Antillia as part of their invasion. Rescue workers have begun attempts to save patients in the destroyed hospital, but a fierce fire is still raging and workers are having difficulty gaining access. All those poor people can do is wait for the release of death. That's all for now.
How awful.
Damn it!
Listen, Leo. Can't you help those people?
How?
Just like you helped me.
How? Is this kid serious?
Allow me to interrupt. As I stated earlier, you should not undertake illogical actions that have no bearing on our mission.
But just for a little while.
This orbital frame and all aboard have been ordered to participate in operations on Mars. In order to complete our mission, we should not engage in any other activities.
Oh, I see.
Also, judging from the capabilities of the frame runner, the risk rate for such an illogical
Nope, we're gonna
action
rescue
is
him for
very
sure.
high.
Ada, where is that hospital?
Leo.
I will pinpoint its location with a marker, but I must repeat, you should not undertake illogical actions that have no bearing on your mission.
Yes, I know all that. I just asked. I'm scared too.
We can go to factory or the SOS coming from this. All right, gamers. It's after midnight, so I'm going to go ahead and call it for tonight. Plus, I'm also kind of losing my voice a little bit, but where people say this one is short, I can't wait to finish it. It's going to be awesome. And then I really want to play Second Runner, because I hear Second Runner is like significantly better than this in every way. But with that being said, hope everybody enjoyed the podcast episode, and we will be back tonight. 100%, I'll be back tonight. I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, so we have a long-ass weekend coming up. I'm going to break the chains on room 302. If anybody wants to join the Discord, you're not already in there, there's the link. I'm going to break the chains on room 302 with the keys of liberation in 3, 2, 1.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?